darío. česká sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života, působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost, tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit, pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí.
Že to nahrneme do sálu.
Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů
Dámy a pánové, dobré ráno.
Seniorská obálka.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Vítám v tuto
Welcome
ranní pracovní hodinu a poprosím, abyste přijali svá místa v sále.
morning hour, and I would like to ask you to kindly take your seats here in this room.
Je tu spousta místa, takže prosím.
There are many places left free. Please take one. Once again, good morning to you. My name is Lucie Vidovičová, and I'm greatly honored to be your guide through this day, focusing on the conclusion of a big project implemented by the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, implementation of the aging policy at the regional level since 2019. Senior citizens in regions, this is the name that is most commonly used, as well as aging is a challenge. I'm inviting you to listening to us, to the statements that will be structured in 4 panels, and we shall discuss the topics and the outputs of the project. I was excited about the implementation of the project, implementation of the aging policy at the regional level. Information from the government level, from strategic documents generated throughout the project, were leaking out to the regional level, and at the same time, from the regional level and local level, information was getting to the central one. There was networking of agents. At round tables, there were people that had not spoken to each other before. When I speak to students, I always say that everything that regards a human being will be influenced by aging as regards the provision of social services, providing medical care and going out to space. I hope you will enjoy this day with us. We have prepared a very interesting program for you, and we would be grateful if you could be actively involved, you listeners in the room, as well as online participants. You can provide your contribution online as well. I would like to ask the Minister to officially open our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Mr. Marian Jurečka. Thank you. Good morning to you. I would like to greet you from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you because of some other obligations I have to attend to. As regards this conference, I would like to share with you some remarks. The support of senior citizens is a matter that is discussed at the international level, as well as other things, conditions of living for senior citizens in the Czech Republic, not only concerning the changes in the pension systems. The conditions should be fairer, more equitable towards senior citizens, those grandmothers and grandfathers who have brought up their children. It's not only a question of how much one earned in their working life, it's also a matter of justice and equity. We would like to appreciate these issues of assessing pensions, because in the family we would like to appreciate not only the one who provided for the family, but also the one who cared for the children, because these people have brought up those who will generate further incomes. We would like to support high-quality care for senior citizens, our grandparents and parents, so as we children and grandchildren would be better in coping with our duties, and when saving the government costs, we should be able to care for our family members in our homes. I'm referring to financial and fiscal measures as well. And there are other matters that our ministry should support. This is some overlapping in the healthcare area. We are intensively trying to start up this effort in order to boost the development of social services in the field, so that we could create good conditions for caring them in their homes. It is necessary that some kind of care is provided, but we should discuss also further issues that are linked to our future when we live up to the senior age. We would like to be involved in the life of our communities. The society should be aware of us. These things take place. These projects will be discussed today. There should be some interconnection of projects. This concerns the policies of regions and communities. Networking is necessary, not only in terms of people, but also information, sharing information with NGOs, for instance, organizations conducting activities in the integration of senior citizens and providing various activities for them. I have become familiar with an admirable list of activities that are provided. These activities return senior citizens into the schemes of intergenerational exchange. Senior citizens come to schools and share their experience, their wisdom, their oversight with school students. it's necessary to share good practice examples and seek ways at the community and regional levels closer to people. The government would contribute with systemic measures so that the quality of life of senior citizens would grow in order to appreciate our gratefulness to people who have brought us up, who showed that they are brave, especially in difficult periods of life of our society in World War II, 1968. The conditions of senior citizens in the Czech Republic should be further improved, and we should contribute to that. I would like to appreciate the effort of all of you who are working on that, and I would like to wish you every success in your work. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a very nice day.
Moc děkujeme za ta úvodní slova, která nějakým způsobem...
Thank you very much for these introductory remarks that set the framework for us. Grandfathers, grandmothers were the words uttered by the minister. In the Czech Republic, this refers to a novel-like personality. However, today's senior citizens are very far from that idealized figures. Speaking about resources, well, money comes first, and we can start from that point. We should realize that when the demographic situation of this country will be the worst, the senior citizens will be the people born after 1985. The changes concerning aging are as flexible as the turning of Titanic. We should start with a reform. The old age pension system is something that has been discussed for some time. Lenka Desetová has come here. She's the chairwoman of the Council of Senior Citizens of the Czech Republic. We have with us Mr. Tomáš Machanes, Director of the Social Insurance Department of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs of the Czech Republic. Good morning to you. Professor Martin Potůček from the Faculty of Social Sciences of Charles University in Prague. Good morning. And finally, Professor Jaroslav Vostatek from the Faculty of Economic Studies of the Financial and Public Administration College in Prague. Our idea is that the panelists will introduce their topics as the basis for the debate here, and you will be given the floor, both you participants here in the room and those taking part in online environments. And now I would like to ask for the first input dealing with the pension reform, as well as the things taking place currently as regards the distribution of pensions. We are struggling with the high pay gap. Women's earnings are lower and their pensions are also lower. According to a survey conducted within our project, people would welcome greater transparency of calculating the amount of pensions so that they would know what kind of pension income they can expect. Now, I would like to ask our panelists to kick out, and I'm turning to Mrs. Desatová at first.
Ale taky ne, já už jo. Tak to jste mě trochu zaskočila, protože jak jsem zjistila krátce před
You have surprised me
usazením, tak dva
because
pánové si tady
before
vzali
being
prezentaci,
seated, two
byť tedy
gentlemen
mi bylo řečeno, že žádnou prezentaci nosit nemám.
brought a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, although I had been informed that no presentation would be necessary. So if you invited me first to respond as regards old age pensions, what I am informed in emails in my mailbox, I am playing the role of a useful idiot. I am receiving a huge bulk of emails full of offending words, reproaching me that we do nothing in these times of pricing going up very fast. My daughter drinks only iced tea and tap water. So as regards drinks, the price of Lipton iced tea has not gone up since last year. The basic price is still the same, but the price of bread in the local supermarket is 55 crowns instead of 20 last year. And I understand this is of major concern for senior citizens, but perhaps gentlemen will explain further that why the price of basic foodstuffs is growing, because, for instance, the prices of energies and fuel must be reflected in the price, because drinks have a longer shelf life. As regards pension adjustments, women often write to us that they will never reach the average amount of the pension. Pensions mostly are under the average value, and the service component is preferred. That means that the poorest part of population gets the least. And now, please don't be angry with me. I'm just quoting the words. So, in principle, they're explaining to me that their merit has been appreciated when going retired, and they don't understand that they receive smaller increments compared with the richer pensioners. And the richer pensioners reproach to us that they receive smaller increase compared to those who did nothing throughout their lives. So it depends on your perspective. We have assistant teachers here, auxiliary teachers.
To ještě nebyla žádná z mých oblíbených invektiv, pane profesore.
This was not one of my favorite sayings.
Netuším, já jsem obyčejná.
I have no idea that was off the mic.
No a tak, pane profesore, ve srovnání s metařem jste na tom ještě dobře.
Unqualified worker,
to jsou ty profese,
you are doing really well.
Já se potkávám,
The professions I'm meeting with
ženy, které pracovaly
women
třeba jako pracovnice v sociálních službách,
in social services, that is a physically demanding job. Those who have not done that have no idea of the difficulty. And those women have a minimum pension. Auxiliary cooks, I know that from a university professor's perspective, this seems to be a profession that is simply at the lower end of the spectrum of professions. So I think those smarter, more intelligent and richer people should respect the situation that there are some professions that are not of top income, but are necessary for the society and should be appreciated as well, and should be also appreciated from a different perspective than the amount of money they contributed into the system. Well, I'm just a blonde, so I don't take these offenses personally. Thank you very much for sharing with us these ideas. The reality check, the things you are meeting with on an everyday basis, these enable us to make comparisons. And now I would like to hand over to Mr. Machanec. Well, we have switched the mic. I prepared a presentation, but I'm only going to share something from that, just to go into the context. This is the life tree. You can see the new borns, and the higher you are, the older you are, you can see the numbers of people, you can see the strongest generations, 1970, 100,000 men and women. In the 1970s, from the 60th year of age, it becomes more narrow. The average age spent in retirement was 14. I will show you the last slide. Comparing 1970 and 2050, demography, as you can see, well, is rather stable. The Ukraine crisis will not change much. You can see the most numerous generations. Well, the progress in medical care is the reason why we spend now 23 years in retirement, 21 for men and 24, 25 for women. And this provokes some pressure on public finance and leads to some questions of ensuring the financing of the system so as not to endanger pensioners by poverty. Of course, some pensioners face the risk of poverty, as the chairperson has said. And some people are not lucky. They are born in a region where it is difficult or impossible to find a good job. You have no particular talents, so there will always be a small group of people facing poverty, but it should not be 20 or 30%. I'm showing you this. In 1970, the yellow stripe for one citizen over 65, there were 5.5 economically active people. In 2018, so recently, 3.4 economically active people per pensioner, and in 2050, only 2 people per senior citizen over 65 years of age. This shows that the government will have to provide some checks and balances in order to ensure the sustainable life of senior citizens and also avoid an excessive fiscal burden for families. I will skip some conclusions because I was asked to deliver only brief introductory remarks. I will show you some recommendation of OECD Review 2020. In 2020, OECD assessed the Czech pension systems, including the system of voluntary savings, and I will just remind the main recommendations. Simplification of the Czech pension system. We have the basic amount, the percentage, etc. And in order to calculate your income, you need a diploma in economics. So we were advised to simplify. What we did in the summer, the Czech Social Security Administration generated a calculator. If you have a possibility to get into the Czech Social Security system via your banking identity, there is a pension calculator, and all of your earnings are taken into account. You can start an indicative calculation of your pension amount. Well, in Germany, according to their system, after 5 years spent in your job, you receive an overview of how many pension points you accumulated with the information how much money you would get if you retire tomorrow. So people regularly get this overview, and they have an idea of the amount of their statutory pension. Another recommendation was to reduce the time of insurance, 35 years. This is exceptional. So reduce that, and those who do not comply with that requirement, give them partial pensions. It's odd not to give anything to a person who has contributed over 20 years. Financial sustainability, we are advised to link the pension age with the median length of life, the life expectancy. The Czech Statistical Office provides a prognosis every 5 years, and it is considered whether the retirement age is to be extended or not. As regards the financial structure, we are advised to consider many solidary elements. If you earn a higher salary, those higher incomes are less taken into account. OECD says finance at least a part of solidary elements from taxes. This should not be financed from premiums paid by people who have worked throughout their lives. You could use a part of those elements in savings products. And in the same spirit, we were recommended to boost the performance of private pension insurance. You should increase the motivation of people. People should do more so that younger people would have a higher yield on their income. Furthermore, I would like to remind you one more thing. The conclusions of the government's program declaration. What we are planning, the first topic is to strengthen participation on the labor market as the share of economically active people is decreasing. We would like to involve mothers of young children. Only 40% of mothers with young children up to 6 years. Mrs. Rablikova is laughing because she will soon be in that situation. People caring for dependent person. no chance if you are in degree 3 or 4. So we should economically support that segment as well as senior citizens, elderly people over 60. Some of them cannot work full-time anymore. Part-time jobs. We are motivating companies to preserve those part-time jobs. We would like to support that. And we should also increase incentives for pensioners to continue working. When they work 360 days, they can apply for an increase in their pension, but only some of them do so. But the increase is minimal, only 80 crowns per month. They work on an irregular basis. So we are considering of increasing that, but the actuary says the increase would only be 120 crowns. So it's just peanuts in your monthly pension. So we will try to discuss that. We would waive their premium. They would pay no premium. If politicians are in favor of that, that would be far more interesting, I think, because 1,300 crowns per month, in addition to the pension, would be a sizable increase. So strengthening participation on the labor market, and then, of course, the whole architecture of the pension system, the solidarity element, the merit, and the intentions mentioned by the minister, the links, forwarding part of your premium to your parents, grandparents. This will be discussed next year over several months. So that's all from my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was very nice. There were some connections there. I always find the indicator of economic dependence interesting. The children at the age of 15 years are not economically active, though. I would like to ask Professor Potůček to follow up now. Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you for your invitation. These discussions always bring me to an opinion that it is true that more heads know more. But on the other hand, it is also important what the heads know gets into the heads of those who make the decisions. Since this is a discussion, I would like to follow up what has already been said here by the other panelists. I would like to start with the chair, Ms. Desatová. She told us correctly that the way of adjustment of current pensions leads us to the fact that from 1 year to another, there's a bigger and bigger gap between the pensions of those who retired with below average pensions and those who retired and got the above average pensions. The problem may not be from year to year because the differences are not so big. It's relative. It may be about 80 crowns, 100 crowns has been mentioned in a bit different context, of course. But when it's accumulated then from 1 year to another, and when they spend over 20 years in retirement, while women have the below average pensions, that the gap is bigger and bigger. And it is a fact. It's unquestionable. After 15 or 20 years, women are poor. They know it is a good thing that the decision makers realize this, but then they usually only add 500 crowns. Try to solve it like this, a quick solution. Usually it is the women, in some cases also men, but it is only a quick fix. It's not a systemic solution. As some of you may remember, it was my honor to lead the pension reform, not reform, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, a pension commission from the year 2014 through 2018, and we realized there were many problems. And in 2014, we proposed what works normally in Germany and what we consider to be, from a long-term perspective, very functional, and it is sharing of the assessment basis of the partners. What usually happens is parents take care of their minor children, and naturally, of course, when the children are very small, the woman stays at home and her income is lower. Then she loses her opportunity in her professional career compared to men, because she may have spent 5 to 7 years outside of the work process. However, they invest the same amount, though he brings more income home, and she by taking care of the children more than him. However, after 30 years, when they retire, this common contribution is unfairly redistributed in favor of the men. And the Germans already many dozens years ago solved this in such a way. When they live together and take care of their children, then at the end of the year, when a part of their income should be reflected in the statistics and to see what their pension will be after these years. It is added up, put together on a pile and divided exactly into two halves. If such a system had been introduced here 30 years ago, nowadays women who are retiring today would have a bit more, maybe even much more, and men a bit less. Now we live at a time, and when my colleague will confirm this, so when the marital and spouse partnerships are not very stable, they're not permanent. So sometimes women get into situations when, for example, when they had more children, they invested in their upbringing a lot, and then they remain alone with a miserable pension. It is another thing that should be changed. We have already put this on paper. It is in a document that we published when our committee was finishing. However, this remained on paper. And there are many ideas like this. I don't want to take your time. However, I would mention one more thing. I'm sure that Jaroslav will talk about this much more, as I know him. We have voluntary pension, extra pension insurance. And we don't agree on many things with him. However, we agree on one thing: the extra pension insurance offered to the Czech citizens today is not very favorable. not very convenient. He says it's good for nothing. That's why 5 years ago we suggested that there should be a public pillar for voluntary insurance, and we had a specific idea what it should look like. And in terms of its structure, it would look the same as the state bonds that, however, nowadays are not available anymore. However, they were available for 2 years. So those who did not invest in business sphere, but in the Czech state, Czech government, they had a guarantee that they would get interest, including the inflation plus 0.5%, which is an idea the minister has already warned us about, then I support it because we has proposed this already about 6 years ago. I could talk about this for the next 30 minutes, but I believe we will get to it too. I believe that the labor market is an extremely important part of the debates about the pension system, and we also mentioned that children upbringing is also an investment. Raising children. I would like to move now to Mr. Vostatek. So I will. Good morning. So I prepared my speech thoroughly. However, I don't want to evaluate the pre-speakers. No, of course, I'm kidding. I would like to say that you can download the presentation. And it is quite detailed. The topic is quite detailed. Technical pension reform and fair pensions. So you see what it's about, and we'll go further now. This has already been said, what's on this slide. Since 2010, we have known from the Constitutional Court that we have unfair and confusing public pensions, but also we have a very strange system of adjustment of pensions. And this is what the pension committee looks like in Great Britain. I could probably stand up. No. Then I can see the panels better in front of me. The only thing that I came up with in this matter is the technical pension reform. That's the small red thing here, that it will get extended and that the poorest ones will get most, not because they're the poorest, but because this is a result of the math behind it. I also have to save the money for the government, of course. Naturally, I cannot distribute money to everyone, even if it's state money. So you see that the correlation of the pension to the average gross wage. Of course, it got a bit better during the small pension reform. However, the nonsense that was there at the beginning has remained there. Everyone knows it. Everyone has agreed it, even at the last pension committee. And now it's only time to implement it in 2020. I proposed this. I sent it to the committee of the chair, Mrs. Norodova, and nothing has happened. You see here that it's very simple. It's 2.5 pages, that law. It also needs some clarification, but it cannot be any simpler than it is. In case of the disability retirement, it is a bit different because we have 3 degrees of it. So it is 3 times longer. And we see that the pension base is getting higher. Now the question is to what extent. It is 32% of an average monthly wage when we take into account today's average. And of course, those who have 1/3 of it, I get only 1/3. And percentual base of the disability mentioned 0.39%. It is has already been calculated, and it's but nobody has really implemented it. The same is the widower and widow pensions. I was able to simplify it, but if you don't like it, it is economics. It is not about giving somebody more, another one less, but about implementing it so that it passes the way it is. But be careful. I also worked on forecasts and prognosis in a forecast institute. So in my past, which is close by. I thought about it when I was coming here this morning. When you make the system understandable, 95% will have then the same pension then. People will start to think about it, they will start to understand it, and the politicians will also start to understand it. And they will start to make up new things, as they usually do. It's just part of their job. This is nothing new. And then suddenly we will say we have a great equal pension for but small insurance pension. It is unfair. Most of the nation, majority of politicians, according to me, when after this has been done, and I would like to do this technical reform this year, if possible, or as of the 1st of January next year. It is very simple. You will just rewrite a few figures. This softwares can be changed easily when you change only a few figures. So it will be a big battle whether there should be fair pensions, and those who will say fair pensions, they will mean social security, Bismarck. Yes, so you deserved it by your work, paying the premiums. It's clear. So somebody will say that it is fair that everyone gets the same. But this is the beverage, the equal pension, which is funded from the taxes, as has already been mentioned here today. And now the question is the overall level of the pensions. Talking about the pensions, we don't need such when we are retired, we don't need such a big house or income. When we had a family with children, it is clear in terms of the models, 70%, for example. The experts from Mercer decided that they would take 65% as the criterion. The net compensation ratio, that means net pension after taxes, divided by net wage, so it should be 65%. And how much is it here nowadays? After the Babiš's reform, the income tax 61.5%. So the pensions are very low, as you can see. It is a fact. When you add to the to those working. You should also give more to those retired. I have discovered one thing at the Czech National Bank: 2 billion of unnecessary money that could be transferred to state assets within 1 year. So when you hear that the pensions are low and they cannot be higher, they can be higher. It's only a matter of preferences and changes of parameters, including taxes. 61.5% is not enough, though. And of course, politicians try to use this. And now we have low pensions. It's a bit different than has been said. Women have low pensions. Yes, I'm only an economist in the field of finance, so I like to calculate everything, at least for myself. This is a commentary about the so-called low pensions of women of the Committee for Fair Pensions, which I gave to Mrs. Nerudova. I sent it to her in 2019, and she hasn't gotten back to me. It's a chairwoman that hasn't done anything about it. Yeah. So here you have the whole text. The main difference between the differences in men's and women's pensions is our family policy, and it is a well-known fact, so I don't need to explain it here now. It is clear. One of the important problems is now that women with children have a lower pension or retirement age, and that's the main reason they have lower pensions. So I have calculated as an economist, if they don't retire when they should, but if a woman has two children, back then the difference in the retirement age was 3 years and 2 months. If they continued working for the 3 years and 2 months, then their pensions would go up because they would get even extra money for working extra years. So they would get to an equal pension. So it is one way, but it didn't work. And then another topic where I may differ in opinions with the minister, for example, the types of rewarding the care, child care, and such. Starting next year, we will have 2 types of recognizing the care, child care. Mrs. Malachova has mentioned the new law concerning the pensions. What should have been realized, according to the plan of the committee since 2004, will start in 2023. And it is 500 crowns a month. So the conclusion is that it is nonsense to have 2 systems in place, either one or the other one, and giving somebody 500 crowns for the fact that they had children in the past and they're already included in the pension calculation. So I would suggest to cancel this before it becomes valid. Thank you for your attention. Yes, we will get to these arguments for sure later. Now, I think it would be good to come back to these arguments later because I see many notes from the panelists. So thank you, Professor. Let's sit down for the next discussion. Is there anyone who would like to respond now from the panelists now to the points mentioned here by anyone here?
Professor, I do apologize to Director Machanec. I was going to respond to his contribution. So I would like to do that now. The figures offered as regards the proportion of economically active people and pensioners. Currently, over 3 economically active working people per pensioner, and in 2050, 2 economically active versus 1 pensioner. But we encounter one myth here, and I apologize. Economists tend to repeat that, and it still prevails in the public sphere. Namely, the resources for pensions are based on the pension account to which all workers contribute by their social security contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, that has never been true. The pension account is an appendix. We have in our legal system, in the early 1990s, we hoped that the pension system would be totally separated from the government. However, it didn't happen, but what remained was the pension account. We have the credit-based method of calculation of pension. The pension account was in surplus. Sometimes it was deficitary, but from the government budget, money had to be supplied, or the money was used for some other expenses. If the proportion gets lower and lower, less economically active people per pensioner, the more it will be necessary for the government to seek alternative resources. Otherwise, the pensions would become lower and lower. Therefore, I would like to emphasize we have pension security system with an important credit component, but in principle, this is a social security system using other revenues of the government budget. Well, taxation of robotic work, taxation. Would you like to respond, Mrs. Desatová? I have several notes here. I hope I can share these with you. I understand that the population has been aging. In the past 2 years, the number of pensioners has gone down as a result of COVID and other factors. The recommendation to take the life expectancy is not appropriate. If you live in health, if you take that as a basic parameter, in men this is 60, and for women this is 62. Living in health ends at that limit on the average. So we are not at 65 years of age. That means that most people when they reach 65 years of age, they already suffer from a rather serious disease, and they cannot possibly cope with a full-time job. Although I have heard that heart failure, sclerosis, and such diseases occur later. However, in Nordic countries, life expectancy is much higher. If we want to bring up the retirement age, we should focus more on prevention, awareness-raising campaigns and programs, and activization programs for senior citizens. If there is enough activity, sport activities in senior citizens, they are less dependent. They need less social care, and they save money for the social system. It's about point of view. Well, social reform does not only relate to the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. From our perspective, the Ministry of Health should also be involved without any ambiguity. And we would like to motivate people to conduct those activities. If a mother has 3 children, very few people can afford ice hockey training because that costs 50,000 a month. Also for soccer, you pay 12,000 a year for average income families. This is a sizable amount of money, which is not negligible, but movement, physical activity is necessary. And in a group of peers, it's easier. For me, it's harder to exercise on my own. At home, I am perhaps too lazy, I'm strange, but I will always find an excuse why that is not possible. Part-time jobs. Yes, Professor wished to respond to that point. Just half a minute. I would like to respond because one of the outputs of our Center for Social and Economic Strategies we worked out for the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs is the Manual for Old Age Preparation. Have you studied that manual? We still have some 15 copies left in the antechamber. Thank you for this advertising moment. Well, as regards part-time jobs, certainly we support that. I work with senior citizens, and I know that not everybody who is 65 or 70 can assume a full-time job. They are frustrated because they work under pressure. And we live in a performance focusing environment. They work in a team, and after 4 hours they are exhausted. But they are forced to accept that. They are offered half the salary, half the working hours, but the same performance. I met with them when I returned to my job after 6 months, not 4 years maternity leave. Now I have 2 children. I never spent a single day with my first child. But if you have 2 children, the probability that you need to stay at home is higher. So it would be convenient if they gave me just half the money. But this is not our idea of part-time jobs. For the employer, there would be a reduced social security contribution. The part of the social security contribution used for pension should not be used, but only the component that deals with employment. There should be some incentive to make those part-time jobs meaningful. What we strongly support is the interest in shared jobs. In the morning shift, there would be a mother with a young child whose child is in elementary school. Elementary schools provide teaching from 8 to 12. Well, and not everybody has a grandmother to pick up the child from school or the after-school club. Well, and if the grandmother is still active on the labor market or works as a volunteer, she has no time to go there. Without volunteers, we couldn't provide activities for further senior citizens. This is highly credible work. So that in brief from our part, as regards career expectations, if the woman returns to her job after 6 months of maternity leave, her status is not the same because she's a potential risk for the employer that she will have to stay at home. When my husband fell ill seriously, I became a self-employed person because I needed to care for all 3 members dependent on me. Well, in public administration, that does not happen that often. Director, as regards women pensions and women's employment, I would like to add something. I cannot agree totally with Professor. The problem does not consist in the lower retirement age. Well, in 1/3 of instances, this is the reason, and as regards the pay gap, that is accountable for the rest, for the remaining 2/3 of the problem. The gap is reducing very slowly. The roles in the modern society of both genders are getting closer. The traditional distribution of roles, the woman in the household, the man providing for the family, is a matter of history. Now, as regards the future, what will happen starting from January, the pay gap will become more narrow, but only slowly. As regards the periods accounted for in the pension calculation, that does not support you very much if you only spend little time in these periods. If the woman has half the salary, that period of time accounted for but not worked only supports the future pensioner in part. As regards matters of solidarity, matters of credits and merit, well, incomes should be accounted for at the level of 1%. The law was drafted, but it's about politicians. They need to adopt the law. And 2/3 of all that effort consists in communication, 1/3 consists in technical principles, but 2/3 of the whole exercise is communication. Very often people agree on the goals, but if a practical solution is offered, some people say, well, this is advantageous for one group, but disadvantages for the other group. It should be better for everybody. Then the Ministry of Finance comes in. Well, that means more money, and then the second round follows. And we repeat that exercise several times. So the agreement on the goals is of key importance. But some progress has been made, I think, in terms of understanding. Professor Vostatek, I have to respond. The director said many wise sentences, but try to look at it. He was referring to Germany. There is a nationwide pension that is offered for 3 years. I am not saying how much should be given, but don't give 2 allowances. If I introduce 2 benefits, it's like the basic part, the basis and the percentage basis. Instead of changing the parameter of the credits for childcare, I think up a new method of appreciation of childcare. And my novelty, the technical pension reform, is that I don't complicate that by other things. I doubt that the ministry has written that in the way I did. I don't intend to offend you, but some things are always added that complicate. We don't have that much freedom. When we create something, we are not that free as universities. But you have research institutes. Well, that brings us too far. Anyway, the new thing is that we have to separate the reform of the elementary basis and the percentage basis. Otherwise, we will get nowhere. Well, the single collection point was a matter that was promoted at some point in time, and that dealt with the technical aspects of collecting taxes and contributions. But Minister Kalousek wished to incorporate that into all kinds of reforms, fiscal, pension reform. If you wish to have a comprehensive reform, you will get nowhere. You come to a dead end. I strongly recommend to review that. You can use different parameters, but it's so simple that it can go through, and every stupid person in the parliament should be in favor. Well, these are important points. I'm always excited when I hear that something is possible, something can happen. We can make it. We have an online question that develops even further our debate. For me, it's a big topic. I have 3 children and I work from the maternity hospital. Well, a married couple divorce, the man remarries and dies. After 2 years, the second wife receives the widow's benefit. Now look at the dynamics. We are dealing with that in the setup of the system. We consider a uniform course of life, women in the care situations, some very intensive and less intensive periods. Life is not a simple line. Professor Potůček, how would you tackle such situation? Well, this is a complicated one. So 2 people live together, they divorce, the man remarries, and shortly after that dies. Well, every theory is gray and the tree of life is green. Jarda will not be happy to hear that. Sometimes unexpected situations occur. This is another topic we have not discussed. The just and equitable pension system does not exist anywhere in the world. That simply does not exist. The only thing we can have ambition for is to ensure as much justice and equity as we can provide as citizens. This system that would be administered by the government. As regards this particular situation, I cannot see a solution. Obviously, I cannot advise in a situation of a marriage breakdown. There are further specialists for that. But if you really introduce the principle of common pension basis, then the pain felt by the person involved would be lesser. It's like caring for a tree that is cared for by different generations. If you do something, if you cut a branch, if you add something to the tree, it takes decades to cope with that. The retirement age was decided in the 1960s at the time when the government had nothing to offer to the population. So it was said women will retire earlier, and it will take us 10 or 12 more years to live with that. That will be no issue for you, of course. The director. Current female senior citizens could retire earlier. Is that important for them? They don't speak about that. They rather discuss the credits for children they brought up. Professor, don't be offended, but they are happy to receive 500 crowns on top of their pension. Their pension is lower in comparison with men. Our elderly ladies are 70 years of age. They are former teachers. Their pension is quite low, even though they worked after the official retirement age. They try to support their families. According to the feedback we received, many women entered in early retirement in order to take care of their children who had worked from their homes and had no time to oversee their roaring children. So many people retired earlier to look after their grandchildren. And what they receive in return is lower pension. The government needs workforce. On the other hand, every economy has times of growth and times of crises, and certainly time will come where there will be high unemployment. And I think it was Norway that was dealing with that in the 1990s by promoting early retirements, by giving priority to that. It enabled some making some extra money. However, it's a question of perspective and a matter for discussion. At the times of economic activity, no one is willing to discuss that, and will have to discuss that at the times of crisis and economic recession. Very often more harm is caused than benefits brought. But as Professor Patuček says, no, not everyone can be made happy. Just and equitable pension pension reform would mean that pensioners would receive more because they paid more by their contributions. From the poorest people's perspective, let alone those who avoided working, it's a question how to set up the pension system for them and social benefits for them. But from our perspective, every government and every pension system is as strong as the weakest link in the system. If the weak links break and end in poverty, receive social benefits, there will be too many of them. We were not successful in providing just and equitable pensions. I can see someone here in the room. Would anyone like to respond to that? Professor Vostatek? You tabled another topic, the poor, caring for the poor people. Of course, this is an important part of social security, but it is not necessarily a component of public pensions. There are other systems, and it's a question of the links between them. It's not a matter of the concept of the reform that was approved but not implemented. Professor Potůček?
You and Jaroslav touched one topic, the topic of the last hour and a half is the pension reform and what to do with the pensions. However, it has broader connections. And I would like to warn you that also the issues related to social services are closely related. And also the issues connected with long-term care, which is very important already now and will be even more important in the next years. And besides this fact, it concerns also special issue concerning institutional and social care and combination of social and health or medical services. Sometimes I contribute to the journal Residential Care, and in the next time an article should be issued about deinstitutionalization. Even though it is quite a nice idea that the pensioners, when their families cannot take care of them anymore and they will need to live in some kind of institution, they will feel better in small houses in company of only a few more pensioners. They will remain in their town or municipality where they lived their whole lives and where social and health services will be accessible. It is a beautiful idea. However, we live in quite poor Czechia, and those who say that institutional facilities should be closed, when you see an international comparison that the institutional care for seniors is in this country below the dimensions necessary, and that the demands or claims will become higher, then cancellation of these facilities is the way to help, because where will these senior citizens live? Who will take care of them? And I'm not against the fact that the pensioners live in favorable conditions. Of course, the senior homes should be closed, where 8 persons live in one room in an old castle, as an example. But it is necessary to build new facilities that will take into account the higher demands of the seniors, and it will require billions of crowns from public funds, and all of this is closely related, and it should not be examined and should not be decided in isolation. And how to make these decisions, I am deeply convinced about, and I am also one of those who sent the written documents to the former chair of the Committee for Fair Pensions, Professor Nerudová, in which I emphasized that her committee was the 6th one in a row. And after, or based on my experience and her experience, I suggested to the former lady minister, it is necessary to lead a discussion about the senior citizens and about the pension system to the governmental level. It is not necessary that the Ministry of Social Affairs and the Ministry of Finance cooperate. And these ministries don't always have friendly relationships either. It is necessary to include the Ministry of Health, and I'm talking about ministries now. Of course, we cooperated with your predecessor, who was also a member of our committee, a non-governmental organization. And also regions have a lot to say. So it is necessary to take this into account. It needs time, concentration, and at the end, decisions need to be taken. And Czech Republic, unfortunately, is very weak at this. This may sound like a stereotype. We are very good in improvising. At the moment, we get in trouble. However, at the moments when we really are supposed to concentrate on problems and challenges that are obvious will come in the future, our country fails. I'm sorry, I am more pessimistic about this than I usually am. Thank you. We are moving a bit from being optimistic to pessimistic. However, this holistic solution is the project that we have been striving for. There was a question at the back. Let's come back to the topic, though. Good morning. My name is Zejbek. I'm from the town of Třebíč. I work in the role of community planning. We talked about the early retirements. The doctor said that at the time of COVID, some ladies, seniors left early, retired, and it is probably very hard for them to start working again. They are punished basically for this decision that they made, or even if they work, their pension still will be lower, or they may have to do something else. The restrictions are too big. Now we are getting back to those life routes that are not connected. This may not be known, but if somebody asks for early retirement and finds a job, then can interrupt the payment of the early retirement and can work. That's no problem. And then it is recalculated. So if 3 years before retirement age goes to early retirement, then finds a job, works for 2 years, and then the pension is recalculated as if he retired only 1 year early. So it is possible. But I know, but I understand if a person retires, then they do it, but they can still work at the same time. There are many people like that. They have beautiful pension and they still work at the same time. There are many people like that. So I think this should be a possibility for everyone. So if the person reaches 64 years of age, I think the reason here is if a person can work, then we don't recommend him to take early pension money. Now it's sufficient for him. He's 3 years away from retirement age. It doesn't matter to him that his pension is 4,000 crowns less because he can have another job. If a person cannot work, gets a disability money, then there's nothing left to him. But that's a topic to discuss. Question of partial retirement is another solution, and then the result will be different. I'm sorry, but we have to move to another topic. I apologize that I'm interrupting you because you can continue discussing these topics individually. We will be here all day today, so I just want to emphasize that we work with this information. We will talk about the various options. I would like to open space for you here or those who are online. I have another question here from online, the environment, or if any of you has another question here, I will send you the microphone. I worked as a regional coordinator until recently, worked on a project, and I have some experience from regional politics in our region. And the topic is whether it's fair when we prepare pensions, whether we should make differences between the freelance workers and the employees. It happened very often in the 1990s that the freelance workers did not pay much in health or social insurance. Even though they made a lot of money, they paid only minimum premiums in health and social insurance. And now, when these people are supposed to retire, they realize that their pension is very low. There's a great representation here of both of business and finance, and also representatives of target groups, and all. I would like to know the opinion of our colleagues. Maybe there is a certain sector of employees that has many million people in it, and then it may be at the expense also of the freelance workers. Thank you for your question. It is yes, this is the weak point of current pension system. Why is it here in place now? Because the decision makers at a certain stage told themselves we need to support the entrepreneurs so that they have they can realize their entrepreneurial ambitions. However, we cannot offer anything to them right now. It was something similar as in the 1960s when this state offered us the or lower age of retirement. So what did we do? We lowered the mandatory social insurance. So we intervened in social policy like this, and it has been reality until now. And that's the main reason why a Schwarz system is so common in the Czech Republic. It is the fact for the entrepreneurs who employ somebody, it is much better that they don't employ them as employees because they would have to pay high amounts for them every month, but they tell them as a freelancer, we will pay you the same as if you were an employee. However, it is we can save a lot of money every month. So it is very unfair. Of course, on our committee, we offered to change this. I've been talking about this for 10 years. That's all. The director. Of course, you're right. We also assert this. This environment should become more even. The entrepreneurs has to find the jobs, has to pay for the premises, cannot get any paid holidays, or has to work when on vacation, take his notebook with him. However, in my case, even when I took care of my children and my husband, and I had a trade certificate, I never got down to the minimum amounts, both in health and social premiums. I paid even always more than the legal minimum.
Prostě zase se ukazuje, že jsem obyčejná blondýna, jo.
I'm just a regular blonde.
Ještě k panu profesorovi, Německo to poměrně nedávno udělalo, že zvedlo živnostníkům ty základy a
in Germany, they increased the minimum social premiums to the entrepreneurs to protect them from future poverty. I know that Mrs. Minister Marx tried to do something similar. She sent the letters to everyone, even to those who don't pay the minimum base. And they were angry, and then they sent letters to the media on Facebook. I have many friends among lawyers who pay 15,000 crowns a month in social insurance. It doesn't concern them. They were very upset about this. Did you want to respond to this anyhow? As Mr. Potůček said, in the 1990s, if an entrepreneur was in a loss, he didn't have to pay even the minimum. He didn't have to pay any premium, which is a very stupid intervention in the social policy. So this will have impact on them in the future. So that was an incentive that was not very convenient. So if a person had a business, then fortunately this person can pay the premiums additionally. It seems that if somebody intervenes, even with a good intention, so that the social security gets better, then they are often seen as an enemy of entrepreneurs. So we need to talk about this, remind the others about the necessity to change this. So that after 40 or 50 years of working freelance, they have a pension of 8,000 to 9,000 crowns. That's not a good result. Thank you for mentioning this. Do you have any more comments here in the audience? If not, then I would like to thank the whole panel for the debate. When we talked about many critical points, it will be good if we continue in these discussions, because it is a good precondition for promoting changes and make adjustments in the system, and to prepare the radiant future for our senior citizens. So I would like to thank the panel, and we can continue in our discussions on an individual basis later. So we will now continue with the second panel, so only a short technical break. And the second topic will be the general aging policy.
Životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života, působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost, tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhle. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, benčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přes čas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovišti. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitaminů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny, vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat.
Dámy a pánové, já vás přizvu zpátky
Ladies and gentlemen,
našeho jednacího sálu.
please come back to
Výhodu mají ti
the
teďka
conference
pro
hall.
malou chvíli ti, co jsou online, že už se s námi mohou
Online
plynule
participants
připojit.
can already
A ještě dáme minutku
connect
tady
to our
na
program. We shall wait for one more minute. Please take your seats.
A v tom předchozím panelu opakovaně
In the previous panel, several times we have heard that aging is a comprehensive issue requiring comprehensive solutions with the participation of many players and intersectorial cooperation. Now we shall discuss that in more depth. We shall discuss the policy of aging in the Czech Republic and in the EU.
jak je vnímána na
We
té
shall
centrální
discuss
úrovni
how
v České
this is
republice a
perceived
máme
at the
hosty
central
ze
government level
Slovenska
in the Czech
a
Republic. We have
vlastně v
guests
rámci
from
projektu
Slovakia.
vznikl tenhle ten
Within the
skvělý strategický
project,
rámec
this
přípravy na stárnutí
strategic
společnosti,
framework, the
o kterém se
preparation
budeme
for
moci teď
society's
bavit.
aging,
V tom druhém
has
panelu
been produced.
dnes
In the second
se
panel,
mnou jsem velmi ráda, že mohu
I'm
přivítat paní
pleased
magistru
to welcome
Zdislavu Ostrčilovou,
Zdislava
náměstkyni
Ostrčila,
ministra
Deputy Minister
pro sekci 2 Ministerstva
for
práce a
Section
sociálních věcí.
2,
Dobrý
Minister of
den.
Labour and Social Affairs.
Zároveň s námi
At the same
v tuto chvíli v onlineu je státní
have in
tajemnice
the
Ministerstva
online
práce a sociálních věcí a
mode
rodiny Slovenské republiky,
the State
paní
Secretary
doktorka
from the
Sonia
Ministry of Labour,
Gaborčáková.
Social Affairs and the
Dobrý den.
Family of the Slovak Republic, Sonia Gaborčáková. Good morning to you.
A dále s námi v panelu
And
zde na
in the panel we
místě
also have
je vedoucí oddělení
here
stárnutí a sociálního začleňování paní magistra Jana Řeháková.
Jana Řeháková Počíková.
A ten odborný pohled
And
pak přináší pan
specialist
inženýr
perspective
Jiří
will
Remers
be produced by Jiří
ze
Remers
společnosti
from
INSEAD, Institutu pro evaluaci a sociální
INSEAD,
analýzy a
Institute
garant
for
také studie podklady pro
Social
návrh
Analysis
zdravého
and Assessments,
stárnutí.
guarantee of the study basis for the design of healthy aging.
V programu jsem zároveň zapsaná i já za
I'm
výzkumný ústav práce a
also
sociálních věcí a
mentioned
Masarykovou
in
univerzitu,
the
ale mě už
agenda on
znáte, takže já
behalf
budu se dál
of
držet tady
Masaryk
těch dvou
University.
židlí a
So
drobného
I will
komentátora.
remain on
Ale
these
možná
two
úplně na ten začátek
chairs,
bychom měli se
panelist
právě
and
pozastavit nad
moderator.
výstupem,
We
kterým je tedy
should
strategický rámec
comment
přípravy na
on the
stárnutí společnosti a poprosím
strategic
paní
framework
vedoucí,
of
aby nám ho
preparation
představila.
for aging.
Dobrý den. Je mou milou povinností
Good morning.
strategický rámec
I would like to introduce you to the strategic framework for the aging of society 2021-2025. The strategic framework is abbreviated as STRAPS.
Musím říct, vážení hosté, vážení kolegové,
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, finally it has come after so many years of waiting for the approval of this highly important legislative document. On the 13th of September 2021, STRAPS was adopted by the Czech government. Why is it so important for us? Well, we know that the Czech society is aging. The demographic development suggests so. It was mentioned by previous speakers. We are discussing the fact that senior citizens population is composed of 2 million in several years. It will be 30%. What does STRAP say? It distinguishes two dimensions. The first is the dignified life of senior citizens, the setup of the society with dignified life conditions. The second dimension is the preparation of the state and adaptation of the government for demographic changes. An important idea we can find in STRAP is also the fact that Czech senior citizens are a heterogeneous group. They are not a homogeneous group. They need to be regarded as individuals. And this is the basis we use. In STRAPS, there is a decalogue of rules of general nature for the areas of life that the Czech Republic should address as regards senior citizens policy. I would like to say that the basic idea, namely that the government deals with the basic principles. However, the implementation of individual measures takes place at the regional, local levels, at the level of NGOs and employers. Back to the Decalogue. The first point is equitable pensions. That was mentioned in panel 1 of this conference. The second point of the Decalogue was also mentioned: accessible and affordable health care and social services. Social services will be also discussed in panel 3. More accessible housing for senior citizens. This is a big topic, important preparation of everyone of us for aging. the government providing conditions for barrier-free life environment, the support of sandwich generations and informal carers. The support of sandwich carers was also mentioned by previous speakers. Women bring up children and the young generation, and in our society they become informal carers. Informal carers are an important target group. This is my idea, and this is my opinion. And I think this is a target group the government should invest in. We, at the ministerial level, would like to address the idea of dealing the topic of informal carers. We would like to define informal carers as a group. We would like them to become a target group of social services, for instance, alleviating services, personal assistance. The basic activities should be integrated for carers, that is, training in skills for providing care to family dependents, caring for persons looked after by informal carers. Informal carers will hopefully be covered by the legislation to be prepared. Preparation for aging, support of family, interpersonal relations, safe life, fight against fraudulent behavior towards senior citizens, barrier-free public areas, and media coverage of the aging topic. To introduce you to the basic framework as regards STRAPS. I don't want to take too much of your time in the beginning. Yeah, that's all right. For me, as a user of the document, it's important to know that it is based on scientific principles. Your section is intensively dealing with that, and it's can be appreciated that it is based on data. Now, I would like to ask Mrs. Odstrčilová, Deputy Minister, to deliver introductory remarks. Good morning. It's my pleasure to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs and Section 2. In charge of the topic of aging. Family policy is something we attend to. We would like to work with the aging topic as a part of family policy. The family policy from the cradle to the coffin. For us, that is an absolutely essential principle. What is ahead of us is a big task, preparing for the government the action plan of this strategic framework. In the action plan, we would like to take account of this principle. On a personal note, about 3 years ago, nearly 3 years ago, I started to cooperate with local workers, and I had no idea that I would be sitting here today as a deputy minister at that time. So I became acquainted with the project nearly 3 years ago. As a local politician, I was a deputy mayor in charge of the social area, I had the possibility to use the services of the project and take part in its activities. For me, it was very agreeable to meet personally with some participants of the project, because that was in the online mode. I can see some colleagues from Diakonie, where I worked previously. I would like to say a big thank you for all those involved in the project. Thank you for your excellent job, and I'm looking forward to further cooperation. Thank you very much. I think you said a key word, family. The family is definitely a part of this topic. We know that Slovakia has a Ministry of Labour, Social Affairs and the Family. I would like to ask Mrs. Gaborčáková about how the practice is done in Slovakia. Thank you very much for the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to take part in this discussion about the policy in the area of aging. I'm a practitioner. I'm familiar with long-term care. Many politicians know very well that it's necessary to do a lot as regards aging, but when it comes to specific measures and financing, the situation changes. Opposition makes pressure to the coalition. Coalition defends itself, and specific people suffer. Well, we have, as Europe, a big boulder ahead of us. Slovak is one of the countries where population is aging very fast. We are one of the fastest, and we certainly need to respond. During my mission at the ministry, under Minister Krajniak, we prepared 3 fundamental pillars that should ensure that even if a person is aging and political parties change in that cycle, whatever party comes to the government, there will be the same basic principles for surviving in a country that is family-friendly. As my colleagues have said, changing and the human being, a senior citizen in the life cycle are needed. People shouldn't be excluded out of the society and committed to social services only. In Slovakia, we use 3 instruments. The National Program of Active Aging for 2021 to 2030. The second pillar is the implementation of the renewal of resilience plan, dealing with interconnecting healthcare and social care. And the third pillar is the reform of the pension system that has been approved by the government and is now in Parliament. Perhaps I will let my colleagues respond. Why have we opted for 3 pillars? Whatever government comes, it's necessary to build upon something that has a practical impact on the life of people. As regards the first pillar, there are some 80 measures in it to be funded from the government budget and from the Renewal and Resilience Plan. The measures are split into areas. For example, To give you an idea of that, there are measures to support aging in the family perspective. That means that when an old person is in the family should have the possibility to use some services and prepare the circumstances so as not to be forced to get rid itself of the old person. The family environment is a natural environment. People should be encouraged to remain that as long as possible. The support of human resources in the life cycle. Aging is a part of the life cycle. The beginning of life has some needs as well as the end of life, and instruments should be prepared for that. Healthcare and support to active aging. There are discussions all over Europe about that. In a certain way, the whole Europe, by aging, will have to respond as well as in health care, and prevention is therefore important. We need to respond earlier in the beginning, not always in the acute situation. The support of economic activity of these people. We are preparing legislation so that they could remain in active life. We have very active, very busy senior citizens. We cannot condemn them like we did in the past. You already have your pension, you don't have to work. However, they bring an important value to the society, and Slovakia and the whole Europe must respond to that. As regards the second pillar, the renewal plan, as I said, for 20 years, I worked in long-term care area, and we are setting up mechanisms for caring for people that are dependent on other people. When we had the possibility to participate in the renewal plan, the ministry prepared the reform of long-term social care that comprises several steps. In Slovakia, population is aging, and therefore it's not possible that funding is based purely on individual people, as was the case until now. It's necessary to find some alternative financial flows so that the people could select those methods of care that are suitable for them. The system should be effective and uniform. The system in Slovakia worked quite well for several years. However, the aging population suggests that the system is not effective enough and does not respond to mobility issues and self-support, disabilities, professional integration. Therefore, we must take into account other areas of human life so that aging is not just the declaration of policies. We consider the person in a comprehensive manner and adjust instruments of support. Another part of the reform concerns social care. COVID in Europe showed that institution dependence is a big problem. When a person grows old, they may not live in their homes. They are in residential institutions. However, their human rights should be respected. They should not suffer in those residential homes. And we have to respect that principle not only in institutions, but also in relations with compensations, so that compensations should ensure that the person can develop in the home environment, so that the family would not just take their money and did nothing. Extending the capacities of community services. This is linked to maintaining people in their natural environment for as long as possible. From my experience, I know that separating an elderly person from the family, it's very difficult to cope with that situation. They feel meaningless, and it's difficult for them to cope with the institutional regime. They have no friends there. We really have to extend the capacities of community care, so that the person who already needs other people's help could rely on community care. We will connect that with the public healthcare network, outpatient psychiatric assistance included. As regards the third pillar, the reform of the pension system that was already mentioned. It's really necessary to say that we must prepare pension reforms so that from the long-term perspective, pensions in Slovakia and in Europe are sustainable. We had to prepare some measures that may not be politically popular, but they are necessary because the system of insurance should be sustainable on a long-term basis. Population is aging, and therefore some steps must be taken so as not to lie to people. It's not a compensation of the salary, but we'll take every step not through populistic measures, but we should inform people about what they can expect of their pensions that they will receive instead of their salary towards the end of their life. I think the General Director will elaborate on that. Our changes will concern several areas. In the first pillar, the change of the retirement age, early retirement criteria, the rights of economically active people, and the possibility of contributing to your parents' and grandparents' pension, and some other adjustments, as well as the system of paying the pensions. I think it's a quite wide area of issues that deal with aging, and I really appreciate that you put that issue on the table. We take the discussion about aging seriously. We need to discuss these instruments in the context of aging Europe, in need of relevant measures. The courage of politicians to change things for future decades is necessary. I believe that the instruments we will set up will bring us some pain, because if people get used to something, and it relates to politicians as well, it's difficult to change that. And I hope we shall prepare very good conditions for future years to ensure that a person at different stages of aging, they will find the methods how to live a high-quality life. And my heart affair is in the area of minimizing the suffering of people. I hope that will be minimized thanks to the 3 pillars. I will have to leave for Parliament because we are just discussing the law dealing with aid to Ukrainians in order to prepare conditions so that we could provide dignified care to these people. I will have to leave shortly, and I will hand over to an expert. We have the Minister Peťka Repková from the Research Institute for the Research of Labor and Family, and she will be able to respond to further comments. Thank you very much. It was my honor, and unfortunately, I will have to leave for some time. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Byla paní doktorka Gáborčáková z Ministerstva práce.
Was Dr. Gáborčáková from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs and Family in Slovakia. Next will be Mrs. Rabková, who will join us in the discussion. Now I would like to ask Mr. Remr. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for your invitation, for your introduction. At the beginning, I would like to join the crowds of the enthusiasts, and I would like to express my joy about the fact that we have approved the strategic framework. I think it's very good news. The significance of each strategy is that it shows our journey, how we can reach our goals. And this document fulfills this role very well. It is evidence-based. It's based on data, and it is based on specific data. That's the first thing. The second thing is it makes it possible to articulate and specify the individual goals that we follow and that we should reach. So from this point of view, the document is very valuable. Of course, we are living in a very turbulent time when we cannot expect that the document will be here with us in an unchanged form in the next few dozens of years. Nevertheless, it makes it possible for us to lead a debate in a structured way, and it turns our attention back to the analysis of the external environment, its changes, its conditions, so that we can respond to individual changes on time, so that we can find solutions in situations that are ahead of us. What is the role of the institution that I am representing here today? We have realized, as part of our project, quite extensive investigations. I would like to mention one of them, and it is the research based focusing on senior citizens in 2020. The sample was over 2,000 respondents. Those were people between 65 and 80 years of age, and from them we try to find out the individual areas, circumstances of their lives, and They copy the strategy, and our concept of the research was based on the pillars in this area of healthy aging, as it's defined by the World Health Organization. So we paid attention to housing, participation, autonomy, and so on. I would not like to go in specific figures, values. I think that there will be opportunity as part of the discussion to come back to this. Only a few things I would like to mention, though, to start a discussion. As has already been said here before, from the point of view of the seniors, what is quite significant is the question of housing. And from our research, we see that over 50% of the respondents don't consider their housing facility to be safe. They say that they focus on certain aspects of their housing that may be risky for them. It may be various barriers, obstacles that lead to discomfort, and we often don't realize this. If we are, if we stay in the same, however, if these circumstances become more apparent with age, then these individuals, of course, unfortunately, have fewer opportunities to make changes or adapt to their housing possibilities. Any change is impossible for them. So we are talking about the adaptation of the current housing, and it seems that from this point of view, this I would emphasize as inspirational the concepts like universal design in case of housing that make it possible to make easy adjustments to the housing based on the needs as we move forward in our lives, and make also mobility possible. For example, this concept is not so important by itself. However, it is necessary to realize that seniors live not only in their houses, but also as part of a broader community. And also, what is important for them are their relationships in the neighborhoods where they live, and also accessibility of the services in their vicinity, and building the contact with their environment is important for them. And participation in local communities is important for them. And also it will lead to strengthening their resilience, and they should live in environments they're used to. Based on our research, we see that it's important to support local communities and making it possible for seniors to get involved in their close vicinity, and it is still very limited. At the same time, there's a great potential here, because their neighborhoods, their communities are important for them, and they may represent an important part of long-term care for them. Of course, a significant question is funds, financial resources. We have already discussed this as part of the first block, and I'm sure that the subsequent panels will come back to this question as well. Based on our research, we can see that about 2/3 of the respondents can are able to save money or part of their financial resources. About 45% mentioned that they have a financial reserve for a longer period than 3 months. However, 11% have no financial reserve, and 4% have to use their savings, so their income is not sufficient to cover the living costs. So it is quite significant. Talking about financial resources, of course, in connection with care, it is not possible not to mention the care allowances. Of course, those who could claim these allowances often don't claim them. The current number of beneficiaries represents about 1/3 of those who are eligible for this allowance. However, the second thing is that its current amount is, at least according to the experience of the beneficiaries, covers about 60% of the costs connected to the care they need. Of course, it depends on the degree of dependency. This is significant, of course, that because this allowance contributes to the autonomy of these seniors, and they can make decisions about what services they will use, and in a way it also creates certain expectations in terms of shared care and offers of specific social care in individual areas. I said that I would not bother you with the figures, so it was just a few notes at the beginning. What I would like to say at the end of my initial speech, of course, the effort to support the seniors in their natural environment is really something that corresponds to their needs and interests of the seniors, but also their families and those those who can take care of them informally, family members. At the moment, we cannot talk about the seniors as one group and try to describe them or characterize them somehow. It is a significant segment or part of population which is further subsegmented or structured, and it is one thing. Then it is necessary to target the services and to focus on their needs and to see to what extent we can actually offer these services based on their needs. The needs of individual seniors or their groups, or at least we can try to do our best. This is my last point now. It is necessary to take into account the dynamics of the care in case of the whole aging process. Very often we think about these problems as static values. However, they change in time. The needs change in connection with various or individual life periods, and they also change based on health condition. family or status. So all of this are some ideas to think about, maybe that make the topic more complex. However, I believe that the further discussion will help us clarify these points. I would just like to remind you that all studies and all outputs we have been talking about are available on the website of the project, so you can study the detailed figures there. My colleague Gotesova has joined us. I would like to ask her for her short presentation from her point of view. Thank you for the possibility to continue in this topic. So I am mainly a research worker. I work at the Institute for the Research of the Social Affairs and Families under the Ministry of Labor. So you already heard about what Slovakia is going to do and how we are going to do it. I would like to talk more about the national program concerning the aging. What we consider to be key is the maintenance of any document that is being prepared and its a successful implementation. I am doing this now because the pre-speakers on the Czech side were talking about the preparation of the process of your strategies, and they were proud of it. I will show you some our program of and our aging policy. The first comment about the structure and the process. Our document represents continuity. In Slovakia, already in 1999, the first national program for protection of the seniors was passed. It was there were certain age groups that were chosen for this program, which was static for some time. In 2013 or 14, the first program document was adopted that was supposed to bring into this aging policy more flexibility, which was structured through the concept of the active aging, the national program of active aging for the years 2014 to 2020. And on the 16th of November 2021, the government passed to the national program for active aging. That the first principle was the continuity, which I think that the ministry really made sure that we wouldn't take any essential steps, but we would maintain a certain continuity. The second principle I would like to mention, comparable to the Czech process, the Czech structural process, is the scientific approach and the evidence-based approach. When we moderate this political and social dialogue, we add also the active aging topics. It is the third principle that we are talking about, and that's being anchored in the international level. The Minister of Labor asked our scientific and research institutions to organize the dialogue, the scientific and research dialogue, and they cooperated with the politicians on the national level, regional and local level, to the organizational level, and also representatives of this civic society. So this evidence-based approach showed to be very beneficial to maintain the steps and to make them feasible. Then also the international setup, international structures surrounding this document. There were two questions on conference panels are often the same. We can talk. The key topics have remained the same since 2002, when the UN passed the first action plan concerning the active aging, and then subsequently the regional implementation strategy for the European space, where those two main topics or domains focused on aging were defined, and they have not changed since. It's a big topic of using the potential of aging people, not the old people, but aging people in all areas of life. The second topic was how to adjust the labor market and employment to the needs and requirements of the old people, aging people in the area of labor and relationships. And the third big topic is the dignified life for the senior citizens. When at a certain stage the people get into into a dependency or on their family members or on the state. So this is the context, and that has remained the same over the years. And every 5 years we evaluate these issues. In June 2022, we are preparing for an international conference, a whole European conference that will focus on evaluation of the aging policies. The last principle I would like to mention, and which I think shows the plasticity of aging issues. It is how to define the empath 2 group. The first time it was not defined physically, but it was defined by circumstances, life circumstances, how a person get into disadvantageous situation. So it is, and then the aging policy in Slovakia is a policy for all persons who, from the point of view of age, could get in any context of social relationships could be disadvantaged. So this is the target group. This is the way it's defined. And we believe that we are doing our best now, and we will be able to change the next parts of the discussion, and we will have an opportunity to make these changes. Thank you very much. Many important points have been mentioned. Thank you. I've realized that British social gerontologists always said that senior citizens don't really cannot be defined clearly. So this new term of aging social policy connected with aging. We start to age when we are born, ladies and gentlemen. So it is the ministerial conference that Dr. Rabková talked about is mainly about maintenance, how to age in such a world. It is a new topic, or sustainability, sustainable world. That's important. I would like to focus at the beginning of our discussion on how you have already indicated what processes and relationships and structures should be available in the creation of the social policy, and who should be the main actor and with whom they should cooperate. How broad should this group be? So if I may ask you, who would like to answer this question?
I will respond to the homogeneity or lack of homogeneity in the group of citizens. In my bachelor degree thesis, Hope in Old Age, who was the title, I had to address that topic. In specialized literature, I could read that this group of people has the same needs, but perhaps different priorities than other people. So the needs are set up in a certain way, and throughout our lives, our priorities may change. They may change with the growing age, and this is the point of view we should use. I would like to highlight a topic in terms of preparation of society for aging. In our strategic framework, it is not explicitly mentioned, but it will certainly be included in the action plan. The strengthening of personal responsibility. I think the preparation of society for the aging of population is linked to our individual preparation of every one of us. Everyone should prepare responsibly. And this is linked to the topic of healthy and active aging. Statistics and other resources suggest, and I did not always understand what was said by Slovak colleagues, life expectancy is growing, so life expectancy develops well, but the healthy life expectancy does not extend. And this is an enormous challenge for us as a society. We should really focus on that. Every one of us would like to preserve our independence as long as possible, be healthy as long as possible, to live a high-quality life as long as possible. We should not only focus on a sufficient array of medical practitioners. Obviously, we need them, but at the same time, we should try to avoid their interventions. We should only resort to them where necessary. The funding of social services, providing for them to work social services. In an ideal world, we should be healthy and independent as long as possible. The accessibility and affordability of social services. I was not here during session 1, but I have heard that was discussed. The accessibility and affordability of healthcare and social services. We are preparing a new law on social services, an amendment to the Act. Our intention in terms of the idea should be prepared next year. The change in the financing of social services. We shall discuss the change in providing the care benefit. The care benefit is paid but is not sufficient. At the same time, who is responsible for the funding of social services in full? Partly the government, to a great extent the regions, communities do have some kind of vague responsibility, and all of these players argue who should supply the lacking money so that the services would be accessible. This is a matter to be discussed very intensively in the near future. And one more thing, safe housing is an important topic. Low barrier or barrier-free safe housing. I would like to highlight an idea. Advanced technologies. We should behave ourselves in a modern way, and there will be more and more elderly people. What can be replaced by technology, let it be replaced by technology. Of course, some things cannot be substituted by technologies, such as human touch, caressing someone. But we should take into account literacy and IT literacy. They should not be afraid of using technologies so as to preserve their independence as long as possible. Technically, the lack of understanding was due some technical problems and not by linguistic differences. I think technologies cannot replace human touch, but can replace aching back. How do we prepare technologies? What idea of an end user do we have? This is a big topic for the near future. And I believe that to discuss even further the players involved, if we have the care benefit, what can we actually buy for that money? What of services can we use? In some regions, there can be some structural difficulties, some structural disadvantage. How can we extend further that array of possibilities? This is a metaphor in the context of heterogeneity of senior citizens. We have the same needs, and the methods of complying with those needs can be different. Community shared institutional housing, obviously the system evolves. I would like to ask Mr. Remmer about the diversity of actors and requirements in terms of data. Well, it showed in a different way, in a cross-sectional manner. Assisting technologies were mentioned. The age cohort of people over 65, they were 40 when the internet started to be used on a general basis. So the technological preparedness will certainly improve in a significant way. When we discuss proposals for the future, we can rely on that. That's one thing. There are some data available that suggest that. What is connected to that is not just a pure replacement of human work, but just a complement to the work done by human beings. We are referring to shared care or a mix of care prepared in such a way so as to cover in an optimal way senior citizens' needs, and as a whole it is useful and has the effects intended. As regards the players involved, obviously, apart from the central government level, where the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, the Ministry of Health, and their need of cooperation are discussed. As regards housing, we should not neglect the Ministry of Regional Development, another central government authority, regions and municipalities. What is important here to note is the split of powers and roles of players. The higher levels should not just decide and the lower levels implement. In this case, we can be inspired by countries like Sweden, where lower public administration levels actively participate in the preparation of measures at the national level. Let's not forget non-for-profit organizations and the whole NGO sector that plays an important part. And they do the greatest amount of the work dealing with practical care. And let's not neglect the financial aspects. And of course, the senior citizens themselves and their family environment. The whole concept is styled co-production. The beneficiaries, the people involved, should contribute to the creation of the final look of care. So these are the players involved in the decision-making map. May I address Slovak colleagues and ask you, how successful are you in involving senior citizens in policymaking? And furthermore, the Deputy Minister has mentioned the issue of understanding each other when you created your NAPS. How did you take into account different needs, wishes in the final output of the strategic document? Well, in principle, as regards the players, if we have some time of results, coordinated results, they witness the progress compared to the previous situation. We prepared NAPS for 2 years. It took 2 years. It was an endless number of group discussions and meetings from the top to the lowest level. We tried to reach consensus, and we are now finalizing the final document. People are finding the common language on the basis of their effort at the given time and space, and they are about to implement the results together. Speaking about implementation, I would like to stress the structuring of players. First, those who will implement what is written on the paper. From our perspective, this deals with specific persons, their families, and their responsibility for their lifestyles, to all those who can represent the person in civic life, so umbrella organizations of elderly people, disabled people, as well as families. I'm referring to plasticity, and on to different levels of management and governance and government at the central level, at the regional level, at the local level, as well as organizational and expert level. The structure of liabilities in the context of the global goals, partial goals, and for each goal and sub-goal, there is a group of measures. There is always a group of responsible organizations and cooperating organizations. So this is the first level of players who influenced that leads to coordinated results that applied to the previous period as well. But the key question appeared on the next level: who will ensure for the coherence? Excuse that term. We are encouraged by OECD as regards the goals. In the Czech Republic, you also have a similar thing. The question is, how shall we be aging from now on to the future, and how can we ensure the coordination of implementation and updating of what is written on the paper? As a co-author of the document, I'm very proud to say that at this stage, also thanks to the General Director of Social Security and Pension Insurance, she's here next to me. Unfortunately, you cannot see her. We managed to ensure the appointment of the coordination mechanism of implementation. An independent quasi-authority was appointed, and we regard that as enormous progress in comparison with the previous programming period, when we did not have that, and when we were less successful in ensuring coherence and cohesion of activities of different players, so that at the end of the day we could say that what is broken down in 80 measures can have a practical impact on a specific person and their family. For us, these are players of implementation and coordination, and I do believe, for your information, the coordination and management structure I've referred to has not been appointed at the government level, but it was a political solution. It is appointed at the level of the Ministry of Labour, within the system of the Ministry of Labour, Social Affairs and the Family, but under the auspices of the Prime Minister and the whole cabinet, relying on the responsibility of all those who are responsible for the policy of active aging. So it does not fall within the remit of a single ministry. Can I ask you to share the Czech experience? Very shortly, in the context of the Czech straps, I mentioned in the beginning, highlighting it, because we are really convinced that this is a timeless document. We are persuaded that it is, thanks to our project, implementation of the aging policy at the regional level, because straps is a project output thanks to regional coordinators who worked in different regions, in all regions of the Czech Republic. Experience was gathered and information went from top to down and from the bottom to the upper level. We adopted a decalogue within the strategic framework. This is of timeless nature. It refers to all dimensions of life, And I think our project, senior citizens in regions, implementation at the regional level played an indispensable part. Once again, thank you very much for this non-legislative document, and it was adopted by the government. I would like to share one more idea in the context of senior citizens policy. For us, it's a big vision for the future, what was mentioned by the Deputy Minister and other colleagues. The senior citizen as an individual. Senior citizens policy needs to be set up in such a way so that senior citizen is not just a person to be cared for. Obviously, care will be provided with the use of all accessible resources, but let's motivate senior citizens themselves, for instance, within lifelong learning, intergenerational solidarity, building interpersonal relations, so that they are motivated to deepen their education, not only for the labor market, but for himself or herself, for their everyday life. This is what we would like to develop in the future. Yes, and this should meet with the offer. Would you like to add something? No? I would like to open the floor for the questions from our audience. Please use the microphone. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hoferková Adra from Ostrava. I have a private question for our Slovak colleagues. I will describe my situation. I'm from Slovakia. My mother is 92. I'm the only daughter, and I'm a singleton. I had to take my mom here in the Czech Republic. The Slovak Republic has no system for paying the care benefit for people who worked throughout their life in Slovakia, in the then Czechoslovakia. Well, I received nothing, but that's not important. If my mom is to go to a pensioner's home, for me, it's not affordable. So if you refer to disadvantaged groups, can you think of those hundreds or thousands of Slovak citizens living abroad? How will you care for them? If we want them to live in a natural environment with our families, well, we have no right to receive anything at all. So can you think of them? Would you like to respond? Perhaps we should proceed on a more general level, because the movement of people throughout the planet is much wider. So these systems should be permeable. Mrs. Rybková, then we can come back.
From the structural perspective, we got to this new level. We don't have any care allowances. That's true. We have different types of allowances, various monetary contributions or personal assistance allowance. My colleague asked about transposition of social security allowances based on the pillar of social support. Those are legal questions. As the State Secretary said, part of Component 13, the resilience plan, the component is called building implementation of the system of long-term integrated social and health care for a target group. And who is the target group? Of course, those are citizens of Slovakia who will meet the legal regulations, and all of those persons who fall under the coordination and the system of the social care in the European space. I don't know how to say it differently. The question is very specific already, and it concerns a very specific situation. And I wouldn't like to go into detail now and talk about political responsibility and how this specific question will be addressed. However, if you live in the Czech Republic, your mother is a Slovak citizen. She is the one who has the right to ask for intervention in terms of cares or social services or monetary contributions. So she could turn to the Slovak authorities or relevant bodies of. It is probably for a discussion in a different context, and generally speaking, I would say let's not be afraid to ask and knock on the door. It is not the most comfortable way for us as citizens, but it does require our activities sometimes, definitely. I will respond to this too. I live in the Valašské Meziříčí. It's a region neighboring with Slovakia, and I have already heard about situations like this, and I know that they exist. And people who are at productive age live here, work here, have been working here a long term, and they take their parents with them and they take care of them. Our system of social services is open to citizens of the European Union without any restrictions. However, the allowances are not in all of these countries. This is a question that has to be addressed between governments by some intergovernmental agreements, and it is one of the points that we should take into account in our further solutions, because this will definitely recur. My name is Varcári Palová. I'm here on behalf of Alzheimer Consulting Center in Vysočina. We take care of people with cognitive deficit and their caretakers. Next year, we should look forward to the adjustment in increases in the social care allowances. It has not been changed since 2016. You said that maybe we misunderstood. Next year, starting on the 1st of July 2024, we will issue a new amendment of the law on social services, where we should address funding of social services in a suitable way. Unfortunately, the adjustment of the social care services and payments we have been discussing now, and it should be subject of the first amendment of the law on social services that we are preparing now, and it should be on table already in July. There are two levels there. One level is the regular adjustment of the care allowances, unless we decide about a different type of funding. Another quicker solution could be increasing the allowances in 1 and 2 for the social care. Many families don't ask for these allowances for care, which is a pity, because especially in our case, for example, in the case of people with cognitive deficits. There are two things. One thing are the assessments and the assessment service. It may concern also people with autistic disorders. We know that this scale is not sufficient so that people like this also get the money they need. However, the medical assessment service we have been discussing about so that it is more accessible. And thank you. And I would like to tell you that we will also discuss the social services in the afternoon panel after lunch. So stay with us. And there is a comment. We often see in seniors that they don't want to ask for these these allowances because they feel like they can handle that themselves. It's from a psychological point of view, it is hard for them, and we have to convince them that they can claim the allowances, and there's nothing wrong about asking for the money. Something I'd like to add about the amendment to the law on social services. We would like to add another group of caretakers, so that the services can respond to the needs of the caretakers. I would like to read a question from Jolana Novotná. There's a lack of relevant data for forming strategic priorities, especially for discrimination of seniors. Are there any measures prepared concerning the committee for establishing the equality by 2025? That means some measures taken as part of the action plan concerning the various minority groups. It is also a question now if you have any information now. I take this as a good input to further elaborate on our action plan, and so we can take this into account too. If you have any idea, something you would like to send to the ministry to us, so we can work with it, you can do so. I would like to add one more question from Dr. Alena Gajdušková. She claims that it's a lifelong preparation. We have to start with children and their care for their health and setting up healthy lifestyles and learning throughout their lives. How does the ministry, in their new intentions, cooperate with the Ministry of School or Education and the Ministry of Health? Yes, we cooperate with them. Yes, the government declares openness among the ministries, which has not always been the case. And now there are various negotiations among individual ministries where such topics are open that have not been discussed for a long time and that are necessary, need to be discussed. So we do cooperate, and those topics that have shown to be important in the strategic framework, we do discuss among the ministries. For example, the Ministry for Regional Development and in the support of the barrier-free housing and also the public space that without barriers. So it's not only about benches, not only staircases. We divided our studies into aging in cities and in rural areas. The theory is that when a person is able to leave his or her apartment, then he can conquer the whole world. This is the principle. However, many senior citizens are afraid to leave their homes and to go out on the street. They don't feel safe. Mr. Remme has talked about this too. Are there any questions? My name is Yashova, and I'm from the department dealing with the aging policy, and it could be said I'm a co-author of our Czech straps. I would like to thank my colleague from Slovakia. about the way she commented on the creation of their strategic material, and would like to ask her if she could tell us how you have addressed the up to date status of your material, because you have created it for the years 2021 through 2030. At the time, when our pre-speaker said that we can see one black swan after another here now, I think that all analysts and researchers at this time need to share their experience. Thank you for your answer, and one more time, thank you for a beautiful and really detailed detailed explanation about the creation of your conceptual material. Thank you for the question. I hope I heard the whole question. I mean, the question was in what way and using what mechanisms we are able to capture new circumstances in our documents. With the former minister, we talked about how to design this document, whether to design it for 4 years or for the new program period given by the European Union. And then we agreed on the year 2030, because demographic analyses are made for this period, and they copy this period, and many international documents like the European strategy for health disability also follow this period by 2013. All national strategic documents, whether they called strategic ones or national programs, adopted in 2021 in Slovakia. There were 5 of them. I can mention them. They were also adopted for this period, 2021 through 2030. So the agreement was that we should secure the coherence in implementation and evaluation. I will tell you what the mechanism is, and if I have a minute, I can mention the other connected documents where the issues connected with active aging appears. The mechanism we have in our document shows that every 2 years the document is not only evaluated but also updated. The Institute of Updating is a new thing. We didn't have it here in 2014. We can see that it's important so that we can respond quickly to dramatic changes that we could not assume before at all. So hopefully I answered your question. Every 2 years it will be evaluated, and in this process, we will call on all actors to take into account all the new information so that it gets updated. Please allow me to tell you more for your inspiration. There are more documents have been adopted. The national program for life conditions for the disabled, and the national priorities for social services, national strategy for the institutionalization of social services, substitute family care, and the strategy for long-term strategy for social care, and So I hopefully have answered your question. I think that we have described everything that was our goal. The aging policy is not only complex, it is a long-term policy. It changes constantly as we go. And now I would like to invite you to lunch. I would like to thank all the panelists here and online. We are glad that you could be here with us. There's open space on Facebook where you can add your questions, your comments, and then we can focus on them in our next preparations of the project. Thank you. I would like to thank the whole panel. And we'll meet back here not later than 1:35 p.m. here, both here in the hall as well as online. So we will talk about COVID and also about the practical things, sharing good practice in regions. So enjoy your meal and we'll see each other soon.
Částí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti v předem domluvený čas. Domovy pro seniory a domy s pečovatelskou službou by měly být až poslední možností. Pravidelná péče o člena rodiny bývá finančně velmi náročná. Proto existuje celá řada příspěvků od státu. Příspěvek na péči a příspěvek na nákup zdravotních pomůcek, o které můžete žádat na Úřadu práce České republiky. Nebo dlouhodobé ošetřovné, o které žádejte na okresní správě sociálního zabezpečení nebo pražské správě sociálního zabezpečení. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, benčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Násilí na seniorech může mít nespočet podob. Fyzické a psychické týrání, zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost, tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přes čas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Stárnutí české společnosti sebou přináší spoustu výzev. Jednou z nich je budování k stáří přátelského a bezbariérového veřejného prostoru. Prostoru, který neomezuje pohyb seniorů, představuje lepší dostupnost služeb, podporu fyzických aktivit a pomáhá lépe zprostředkovat sociální kontakt a tím zvýšit celkovou kvalitu jejich života. Základem pro snadný pohyb seniorů je odstranění všech bariér nebo vybudování nástrojů pro jejich překonání. Typickými překážkami jsou vysoké schody, absence madel a zábradlí, ale i příliš hluboké nákupní vozíky. Naopak mezi řešení patří snížené obrubníky, nájezdové rampy, větší počet laviček ve městech a parcích, eskalátory a výtahy. Bezbariérový prostor neslouží jen seniorům, ale i osobám se smyslovým postižením, těhotným ženám a rodičům z kočárky. Další důležitou kapitolou je odstranění bariér ve sdělování informací, tedy například čitelnost informačních tabulí a webových stránek, přehlednost jízdních řádů anebo časové intervaly informačních obrazovek. Odstraněním bariér vzniká pro seniory přátelský prostor a snižuje se jejich závislost na ostatních osobách. S rozmachem online služeb a sociálních médií přibývá počet seniorů, pro které je internet součástí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti, nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti v předem domluvený čas. Domovy pro seniory a domy s pečovatelskou službou by měly být až poslední možností. Pravidelná péče o člena rodiny bývá finančně velmi náročná. Proto existuje celá řada příspěvků od státu. Příspěvek na péči a příspěvek na nákup zdravotních pomůcek, o které můžete žádat na Úřadu práce České republiky. Nebo dlouhodobé ošetřovné, o které žádejte na okresní správě sociálního zabezpečení nebo pražské správě sociálního zabezpečení. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav. Jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, venčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Násilí na seniorech může mít nespočet podob. Fyzické a psychické týrání, zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost, tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přesčas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Stárnutí české společnosti sebou přináší spoustu výzev. Jednou z nich je budování k stáří přátelského a bezbariérového veřejného prostoru. Prostoru, který neomezuje pohyb seniorů, představuje lepší dostupnost služeb, podporu fyzických aktivit a pomáhá lépe zprostředkovat sociální kontakt a tím zvýšit celkovou kvalitu jejich života. Základem pro snadný pohyb seniorů je odstranění všech bariér nebo vybudování nástrojů pro jejich překonání. Typickými překážkami jsou vysoké schody, absence madel a zábradlí, ale i příliš hluboké nákupní vozíky. Naopak mezi řešení patří snížené obrubníky, nájezdové rampy, větší počet laviček ve městech a parcích, eskalátory a výtahy. Bezbariérový prostor neslouží jen seniorům, ale i osobám se smyslovým postižením, těhotným ženám a rodičům z kočárky. Další důležitou kapitolou je odstranění bariér ve sdělování informací, tedy například čitelnost informačních tabulí a webových stránek, přehlednost jízdních řádů anebo časové intervaly informačních obrazovek. Odstraněním bariér vzniká pro seniory přátelský prostor a snižuje se jejich závislost na ostatních osobách. S rozmachem online služeb a sociálních médií přibývá počet seniorů, pro které je internet součástí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti v předem domluvený čas. Domovy pro seniory a domy s pečovatelskou službou by měly být až poslední možností. Pravidelná péče o člena rodiny bývá finančně velmi náročná. Proto existuje celá řada příspěvků od státu. Příspěvek na péči a příspěvek na nákup zdravotních pomůcek, o které můžete žádat na Úřadu práce České republiky. Nebo dlouhodobé ošetřovné, o které žádejte na okresní správě sociálního zabezpečení nebo pražské správě sociálního zabezpečení. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a senioři bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, benčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Násilí na seniorech může mít nespočet podob. Fyzické a psychické týrání, zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost, tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přesčas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Stárnutí české společnosti sebou přináší spoustu výzev. Jednou z nich je budování k stáří přátelského a bezbariérového veřejného prostoru. Prostoru, který neomezuje pohyb seniorů, představuje lepší dostupnost služeb, podporu fyzických aktivit a pomáhá lépe zprostředkovat sociální kontakt a tím zvýšit celkovou kvalitu jejich života. Základem pro snadný pohyb seniorů je odstranění všech bariér nebo vybudování nástrojů pro jejich překonání. Typickými překážkami jsou vysoké schody, absence madel a zábradlí, ale i příliš hluboké nákupní vozíky. Naopak mezi řešení patří snížené obrubníky, nájezdové rampy, větší počet laviček ve městech a parcích, eskalátory a výtahy. Bezbariérový prostor neslouží jen seniorům, ale i osobám se smyslovým postižením, těhotným ženám a rodičům z kočárky. Další důležitou kapitolou je odstranění bariér ve sdělování informací, tedy například čitelnost informačních tabulí a webových stránek, přehlednost jízdních řádů anebo časové intervaly informačních obrazovek. Odstraněním bariér vzniká pro seniory přátelský prostor a snižuje se jejich závislost na ostatních osobách. S rozmachem online služeb a sociálních médií přibývá počet seniorů, pro které je internet součástí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti v předem domluvený čas. Domovy pro seniory a domy s pečovatelskou službou by měly být až poslední možností. Pravidelná péče o člena rodiny bývá finančně velmi náročná. Proto existuje celá řada příspěvků od státu. Příspěvek na péči a příspěvek na nákup zdravotních pomůcek, o které můžete žádat na Úřadu práce České republiky. Nebo dlouhodobé ošetřovné, o které žádejte na okresní správě sociálního zabezpečení nebo pražské správě sociálního zabezpečení. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, benčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Násilí na seniorech může mít nespočet podob. Fyzické a psychické týrání, zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost. Tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přesčas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Stárnutí české společnosti sebou přináší spoustu výzev. Jednou z nich je budování k stáří přátelského a bezbariérového veřejného prostoru. Prostoru, který neomezuje pohyb seniorů, představuje lepší dostupnost služeb, podporu fyzických aktivit a pomáhá lépe zprostředkovat sociální kontakt a tím zvýšit celkovou kvalitu jejich života. Základem pro snadný pohyb seniorů je odstranění všech bariér nebo vybudování nástrojů pro jejich překonání. Typickými překážkami jsou vysoké schody, absence madel a zábradlí, ale i příliš hluboké nákupní vozíky. Naopak mezi řešení patří snížené obrubníky, nájezdové rampy, větší počet laviček ve městech a parcích, eskalátory a výtahy. Bezbariérový prostor neslouží jen seniorům, ale i osobám se smyslovým postižením, těhotným ženám a rodičům z kočárky. Další důležitou kapitolou je odstranění bariér ve sdělování informací, tedy například čitelnost informačních tabulí a webových stránek, přehlednost jízdních řádů anebo časové intervaly informačních obrazovek. Odstraněním bariér vzniká pro seniory přátelský prostor a snižuje se jejich závislost na ostatních osobách. S rozmachem online služeb a sociálních médií přibývá počet seniorů, pro které je internet součástí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti v předem domluvený čas. Domovy pro seniory a domy s pečovatelskou službou by měly být až poslední možností. Pravidelná péče o člena rodiny bývá finančně velmi náročná. Proto existuje celá řada příspěvků od státu. Příspěvek na péči a příspěvek na nákup zdravotních pomůcek, o které můžete žádat na Úřadu práce České republiky. Nebo dlouhodobé ošetřovné, o které žádejte na okresní správě sociálního zabezpečení nebo pražské správě sociálního zabezpečení. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, benčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Násilí na seniorech může mít nespočet podob. Fyzické a psychické týrání, zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost. Tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přes čas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Stárnutí české společnosti sebou přináší spoustu výzev. Jednou z nich je budování k stáří přátelského a bezbariérového veřejného prostoru. Prostoru, který neomezuje pohyb seniorů, představuje lepší dostupnost služeb, podporu fyzických aktivit a pomáhá lépe zprostředkovat sociální kontakt a tím zvýšit celkovou kvalitu jejich života. Základem pro snadný pohyb seniorů je odstranění všech bariér nebo vybudování nástrojů pro jejich překonání. Typickými překážkami jsou vysoké schody, absence madel a zábradlí, ale i příliš hluboké nákupní vozíky. Naopak mezi řešení patří snížené obrubníky, nájezdové rampy, větší počet laviček ve městech a parcích, eskalátory a výtahy. Bezbariérový prostor neslouží jen seniorům, ale i osobám se smyslovým postižením, těhotným ženám a rodičům z kočárky. Další důležitou kapitolou je odstranění bariér ve sdělování informací, tedy například čitelnost informačních tabulí a webových stránek, přehlednost jízdních řádů anebo časové intervaly informačních obrazovek. Odstraněním bariér vzniká pro seniory přátelský prostor a snižuje se jejich závislost na ostatních osobách. S rozmachem online služeb a sociálních médií přibývá počet seniorů, pro které je internet součástí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze 2 konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti předem.
Takže ještě jednou.
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second half of our conference held on the occasion of concluding the project implementation of senior citizen policy at the regional level, senior citizens in the regions. The topic after lunch this afternoon is COVID-19. For us, it has been a very good lesson. At least we can take some lessons from that. COVID is the greatest kind of advertising for aging because senior citizens were very much discussed. Well, the framing of the topic is something that we need to add now. Senior citizens were the most hit group of people and the target of aid and assistance. In panel 3, we shall focus on what the COVID-19 pandemic showed us. We have with us Jan Vrbický, Deputy Director of the Social Department Services and Social Services Inspection of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. Good afternoon to you.
Dana Žižkovská, coordinator of the project in the South Moravian region. Dr. Zdeněk Kalvach, internist and geriatrician. And on my left, Petra Šobáňová, representing one of the most important contributions of the project. And it's a study proposal for a systemic solution to age discrimination and violence against seniors from the Department of Social Work, Ostrava University. I would like to draw on what has been said in previous panels in the area of social services. Several topics and challenges and issues were already mentioned. In the context of COVID, there are many things that could have been foreseen. I would like to ask Mr. Vrbický to introduce us to this topic and the new things happening there. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. What's new? Well, I hope nothing. COVID times hopefully are over or are fading out, especially in the light of new critical situation, but we are at least prepared for the next developments. The Deputy Minister extended thanks here. I would like to thank you for the following. I feel like being 70 years of age, but I hope the whole society and senior citizens are ready to cope with the future developments, further waves of the disease. And I hope the fear of COVID is not that extensive, and we are able to reduce the risk of facing the pandemic, and hopefully we will not think about the pandemic in negative terms, behaving in a negative way as it happened in the first 2 years in the context of the vaccination scheme and the obligation of vaccination. Thank you very much for making this project successful. During the break, I discussed with Dr. Kalvach and my colleagues. They said yes, the policy of aging is the government's policy for setting the framework, the superstructure. But it's up to the regions, the micro regions, and I'm deeply convinced that this project, please correct me if I'm wrong, since 2017 it has done lots of good things, so that this policy in the regions be developed. And perhaps from some regions we can hear some negative responses, but I wouldn't take that too seriously, because even negative responses mean the ministry wish to assist us. I would like to thank you even for this response. You helped us to minimize the concerns of senior citizens. And I believe that in some form, including the legislative one, we'll be able to draw on what has been done. If we are to discuss today the pandemic situation, I can only repeat that in the Czech Republic we have 535 senior citizens' homes with some 630,000 places. We have care services. If in a very large number, if we look at the series, the capacity of field services is growing. The capacity of special regime homes is increasing, and the capacity of senior citizens' homes in general is slightly decreasing, because it's a good thing to live in the senior citizens' homes on the grounds of age purely is not normal. It's not normal to be in a residential institution only because of age, especially not at times of COVID. I remember the first 2 waves of COVID and government discussions. We were discussing the target groups, whether we can afford to order the closure of these institutions. We were discussing exceptional measures such as a ban on visits and leaving the institution. We remember the initial period. We received different messages from abroad. We closed all services. I know I'm simplifying what happened, but it did happen. In the second wave, senior citizens themselves and the staff of these institutions said to us, attention, in the first wave, we experienced something that it is discussed by WHO, whether it is a diagnostic or the loneliness of senior citizens. Does that bring even greater risks than COVID itself? For that reason, we included the possibility for cases of social contact needs. The institution may not be closed for visitors and may not be closed for residents. It's a question how the providers coped with that and how well we were able to implement that in practice. I would like to mention one thing for me. What was the most important thing was that the clients of these institutions, senior citizens, were able to defend successfully their rights. They said, stop government, don't close us within the institutions. Under certain rules, we are able to function, we can have social life, and we want to have that. We have gathered enormous life experience, and that's why we are not afraid. I'm not speaking on behalf of the whole group. Of course, many opinions were represented. Sometimes the opinion varied also from region to another. But on a more personal note, of course, I appreciate the efforts of the Ministry and the Council for Senior Citizens. I have great esteem for everything that took place prior to the pandemic. Looking at the wave of the effort of senior citizens defending their rights, really, I said to myself, it's good that the European Commission said, please give senior citizens as much power to senior citizens to have their say in the process of decision-making. Take lesson from that. Thanks to this project and others that will follow, this will be implemented in practice. I'm not sure whether I provided a comprehensive picture. Well, certainly not. This is what was outlined by previous speakers. I was trying to recall the situation where some decision-making took place at the central government level as well as at the regional level, and I really appreciate senior citizens' voice who were able to say, government, please stop. It's necessary to leave us some room for functioning. I hope this voice will remain with us and will participate in what has been mentioned. I've heard that Professor Potůček at the boundary of social and healthcare services is doing great things. We discussed the reform of the pension system. And many other things were mentioned on behalf of the ministry, apart from those great goals, such as the Long-Term Care Act with the senior citizens as the target group, the precondition of the European Commission being what it is, and the renewal plan. So apart from those great goals, I believe that together, being accompanied by the voice of senior citizens and partners from the regional level, municipalities, micro-regions, will able to support active and dignified aging. I believe that we are able to support that in such a way that even my grandmother will be able to enjoy the fruit of our work. Thank you very much. I think I will not exaggerate if I say that there's something new, there's something even revolutionary. The participation component is there, and that's fantastic. We all participating in this event have personal motivation. We were referring to security, safety, the feeling of safety, and one of the pieces of that jigsaw puzzle is the ICE card. It's not used as much as it could be, and I would like to ask Ms. Žižkovská to comment on that. I would like to draw on what has been said by the director. Section 226 placed us, regional coordinators, on the crisis line, and on the basis of our previous experience from the regions, we were able to link senior citizens with municipalities, with important strategic partners, with volunteers, and all that was beneficial. If I am to comment on the senior citizens envelope, it was created in the South Moravian region in 2018, and the initiative of the Health Rescue Service, because those people spend so much time by searching for information on medication. They ask people, what kind of medication do you take? Well, green or blue pills. And so much time is thus lost that would be precious everywhere, somewhere else. The COVID pandemic deepened that problem. Regions and municipalities participated in the project all over the country. We also provided the same instrument to Slovak colleagues in Trnava. The senior citizens envelope was used so that people could use the right medications. Through mobile applications, their medicines were picked up by their family members unaware of possible contraindications. The Deputy Minister today mentioned the importance of our personal responsibility for our own health. From the beginning, we were saying that this envelope responds to triple responsibility: individual responsibility for providing information about oneself, the responsibility of family members. They should not be afraid of eliminating those taboos. Younger people should not be afraid of asking about diseases, and elderly people should be able to talk about these issues. And the third kind of responsibility is the community's responsibility for its citizens. With the further development of this of the senior citizens envelope in our working group with the participation of other regions and regional coordinators. We heard the voice calling for traveling format. So everyone leaving their home can take that card with them. They can show it to the pharmacist. In the middle of the envelope, there is a list of medications and chronic diseases to avoid contraindications. In 2020, an update was done. The vaccination section was included in the context of the COVID vaccination. Thank you very much. And the picture behind you, let's put it back. Valeria Pokorná will join us. She's the Vice President of the Pensioners Union, Slovakia. In the next part, we would like to reflect on what COVID gave us and deprived us of. So please, Ms. Pokorná. Thank you for the floor. I would like to greet the present participants. Thank you for inviting me. I'm the Vice President of the Pensioners Union in Slovakia. We have more than 500,000 members. Like the whole world, we suffered from the pandemic and we still feel the consequences in terms of health and with grieving for those who did not survive. We didn't know what was ahead of us. We listened to our governments and to public health officers. We closed ourselves in our homes, becoming totally isolated. Shopping was done for us by our children or volunteers. This absolute isolation brought despair. In this despair, government representatives prepared the chaos concerning testing. We queued for being tested. We were pleased by the negative results, and then we returned to our bubble of isolation. Vaccination became almost compulsory. The vaccine did not win extensive support by population. Planned activities by all members did not take place. Some organized online meetings that were very much liked, where everyone could voice their opinion. Most senior citizens don't have smartphones or computers, and this form of communication was not available for them. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs came with a project of digital literacy, distributing tablets to senior citizens. We cannot integrate all senior citizens in the project, but we hope that the newly acquired skills will help elderly people to integrate themselves in the community of those who only live their lives through PCs and tablets. When everything seemed to be resolved, the war in Ukraine came. According to statistics, every 8th person in Slovakia lives under the threshold of poverty. 32% of pensioners' government's measures don't bring much help. We cannot envy neighboring regions. We can see that at least one catastrophe was overcome. As regards the rest, we will need to live with that, relying on better perspectives. We are preparing different events to help our senior citizens, well-proven projects such as displays of poetry, prose, dancing ensembles, and sports events. These take place at the district and regional levels, and the most successful ones take part in the national rounds of competitions. This year there is another event copied from our colleagues from Olomouc region, the Grandmother of the Year, under the auspices of the Parliament Speaker. Therefore, we'll prepare this event at a top level. In the middle of the year, another important event, the nationwide Congress to elect the new president, a vice president to lead the organization over the next 4 years. The new leaders will attract new members and will manage to negotiate better conditions for pensioners. We also plan to acquire new members, new pensioners, to enrich us by their experience so that our organization can represent in a dignified way all Slovak pensioners. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Please stay with us because it will be interesting to hear your opinion and compare our experience. I would like to ask Dr. Kalbach for maybe a similar opinion because he has also a lot to say, especially from the medical point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Lucy, thank you for your invitation. I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad that I've heard what the director has said. I'll tell you why. And I have a very pleasant feeling about the fact that we are talking about what happened at times of COVID. Not everything was so great, though. Some of that could be counterproductive, which are lessons learned for us. About a week ago at our medical department, we had some discussions about this with my colleagues. My colleagues believe that we were not tough enough. There were not enough vaccinations, enough restrictions, enough harsh procedures. Not enough force was used, according to some. So I'm glad that I hear a different kind of thoughts here. I am glad that you emphasize the difference between macro, meso, and micro levels. I would like to recommend a book to you that Lucia Vidovičová knows about. We were able to translate a book by the biggest group of gerontologists called The Future of Aging in Europe. It is basically scientific language converted into public policy language, so it's very readable, and it shows the macro level, the state level, the meso level, the regions, the municipalities, the big companies, and what the micro level is. And these measures have to be divided accordingly. So I'm glad that the director thinks about it on these terms. I will show you what I have prepared for you. I will ask Lucy to watch the time. So I think, and it has already been said here before, COVID as an extraordinary stressor stressed the well-known facts and situations. It stressed the differences between regions and institutes. And I think it's a great task for the ministry and for central bodies, because it's not possible that it would be the same everywhere. And I believe that our high mortality was given by the fact that in some locations people died where those that would not die in other locations. And some the same in some institutions, some senior citizens died, just like it happened in Spain or other countries. In other institutions, they survived, though. So we need some kind of analysis, what actually happened and what we should face in the future, or how we should actually set up the services. The COVID, at the same time, has shown us a great level of sacrifice and also volunteerism. Yeah, the COVID is a biological viral disease. It is also we have closed ourselves. We also. No, I'm sorry, I could not hear the speaker now because of the sounds at the background. So. The COVID was not only a biological pathogen, but also a psychosocial pathogen. And some segments of the society, especially medical field, which identifies itself as a biomedical field, focused on saving lives in general. Of course, it is possible to die of COVID, of fear of COVID, and it's also possible to die of measures taken against COVID. So for the future, the measure should be whatever happens. So we should consider the overall losses and not just to accept that when somebody dies of one diagnosis, it is important, and when he dies of other circumstances, it's not important. Of course, age is very heterogeneous. It is not easily defined, and we don't know how to approach this. The implementation in practice is bad, as we have already said before, and the older, healthy people in case of pandemics don't differ much from younger population. So we should not harm them by excluding them, segregating them, and putting them together in on one pile with those in hospices and those that are fragile. Now we are harming these senior citizens by this, as well as by neglect. If we make stereotypes, if we are not able to differentiate, if we don't understand the needs of a specific person, it's wrong. And what is important is designing services, personification of services and support. That's what we have to focus on. And this is done on a local level, on a global level. We have to learn how to work with this and to provide the necessary funds. What COVID has shown us is the risk of ageism, not to support the powerful ones and not to harm those without the power. Thanks to Lucia Vidovičová, Czech Republic has joined as one of the agile countries. The challenge of the gentleman from Ireland, Professor Kieran Walsh from National University Galway's study. And it was important not to leave those affected by COVID to be left without medical care. I am glad that Czech Republic has succeeded, and I am very glad and I'm proud of the Czech Republic that they were against the ageistic concept of so-called triage that would exclude the older people based on their age. And a very essential and wise standpoint of the Czech Association of Anesthesiology or Resuscitation said that it is not acceptable that people would be compared by age, for example, and it is always about a medical decision. So this should be something to be remembered and should be applied also in the future. Intergenerational solidarity is another topic. It has two levels, intuitively empathetic one, which is the interhuman correctness on the it is giving respect to those who need it, whether it's the pregnant women, the elderly, women with little children, and then it's a social construct. It is a result of a general awareness and includes prescriptive roles given to older people, whether they have a right to dye their hair, to dress in a modern way, or whether we give the pensions we give them are too high. This is something that the society itself establishes. What plays an important role is what is not explicit but implicit, the image of the seniors and the older people in general in the media. And in the opposition are the measures based on the legislative framework and the responses of the government to legislative changes. This is a big task for us, and many artists said repeatedly, "How do you imagine it? What should we do?" They heard this on TV, on the radio. Why is there this historic disrespect here? The historic image of an old person, of a citizen who we cannot, senior citizen, we cannot expect anything from because he does not have a smartphone and the newest technology. Empathy and misunderstanding in intergenerational solidarity. There are three quotes here. Lucio Pirandello in David's theater. There is one play now. Everyone has its own truth. It's a good example of how we cannot agree on things. Talking about the empathetic component and also the construct of aging and intergenerational solidarity. We had Simon Biggs in Prague, again, probably the most famous gerontologist of the present time. He focuses on negotiations about aging, about intergenerational solidarity, and spiritual adaptation to concerning the hopes of connected with life expectancy. There is a conflict growing between the young and old, often artificially created, and becomes then part of the social discourse. Maybe not so much here, but in the free traditional world, sometimes the interests of the millennials should not be sacrificed, and the senior citizens should not be supported to such a level. So often we focus on those who put a risk to the system, so they should be included, and we focus on these too much. What we need is something that would focus on the medical and social boundary. We have probably the best material available about this issue, which is the reform of the long-term care from the Czech Republic, prepared by the Association of Social Care Providers. What I would like to mention is the social isolation. Svědovičová domain. She knows all the nuances of loneliness. It applies both at the times of COVID or economic crisis or any other crisis. It is much worse than being alone and living in a one-person household. It's about being excluded, not belonging anywhere, having nobody to turn to. It is a question of relationships. That's why it can exist both in a household as well as in an institute. And COVID has shown that it has affected this area very strongly. I would like to mention Giorgio Agamben, two names. He turned 80 recently, and the physical distance led to social isolation. It is a drastic shift in perception of society because as Homo sapiens, we are social people. And just like Aaron Antonovsky supported the thesis that the medical facilities should support this, and what we did at times of COVID was just the opposite. For the future, we should not segregate and restrict the able ones, not to treat the sick ones without ageism, and we should do vaccinations, not mass campaigns, though. We should keep the sick in the medical facilities to build the voluntary medical facilities for special care, then also to include the epidemiological criteria, to be able to divide the sectors of these facilities and to humanize long-term quarantines, especially. This is the next book I would like to tell you about, the virus that we go crazy about. Bernard Avi, and there must be an ethical support and personal responsibility of everyone who participates in the care, his common sense, free will, empathy, so that we don't lose people like at times of COVID, as has already been said, because people died as a result of the lockdowns. And the last slide, a warning for the ministry if they wanted to do something good, a good deed, and issue a Czech translation in Germany. The German Ethical Board issued a book, Vulnerability and Resilience in a Crisis, Ethical Criteria for Decision-Making in a Pandemic. And it includes also standpoints on how to take the opinions and where are the how to find the balance between being active and freedom. What are the borders between the core of human rights and social coherence? What is the significance of mutual trust in the society? That's my view. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your lecture.
Espresso káva je výborná a ještě dodám, že já fakt nemůžu za všechno, ale děkuji za ty reference. Ale dotkli jsme se některých velice jako už
touched a few, I would say, borderline topics. I would like to ask Dr. Šobaňová to introduce some of the results of the socio-factor studies that were also one of those borderline topics. Thank you. When I was on my way here, I thought about what I would be talking about and why I'm part of the COVID panel, because our analysis did not concern COVID. However, I've realized I have a lot to say, and it is connected with our work. I would start probably with the panel that was before us. When we talked about straps, I would like to clap one more time about, and this is one of those things was the evaluation of ours, and STRAPS was one of the documents that we evaluated and saw how it's approached in individual regions. As the director said, the approach is not the same in all regions, and we saw the approach somewhere the resistance was greater, somewhere smaller, and STRAPS at the time was not approved yet. So the argument that we heard from the regions later, those that cooperated less, we would say, that we don't have a document that would show us what direction to go and what to do. And so, great, we have it now already. And those who did not want to join us before, they should probably show us that they can cooperate and that the aging policy and the seniors are important to them. But talking about the evaluation, without talking about the violence and discrimination, it has shown in many regions that seniors are a strong topic, very often separately solved, often together with the family policy. And we saw that it was a topic that was becoming stronger because at the COVID times we had to resolve many more topics. And now I'm getting to the other thing concerned violence and discrimination against seniors, not connected with COVID, even though it became part of this too. As part of this analysis, we addressed many things. One of them was ageism that has already been mentioned here, as well as discrimination, which concerned the labor market, because seniors or the elderly are a group of people who have faced discrimination based on their age. And then we also had to address various areas concerning the lives of each of us, including the elderly. Yeah, and how those working with the seniors see this, and the seniors themselves. I have to say that in the course of my research activity, I have not seen a bigger challenge this analysis, because at the time of COVID, we had to do interviews with the seniors to talk to them about violence against them, how they're bullied and how they're harmed by various individuals, and talk about this on the phone. But thanks to we were able to convince these people and to get this information from them. And as part of our project, we want to get some outcomes we would like to work with and to get some kind of picture or idea. I have not prepared presentation because I don't want to show you the results and outcomes of our analysis. It is publicly accessible, so whoever is interested can read this. I just want to say that it's not only the view of the seniors, but also of all those who deal with these issues. That's all very important to us. So at the time on the online meetings, we cooperated with many colleagues that contributed to us to reach our outcomes. That's probably all. Very briefly, I don't want to take your time. I would probably have more to say about each point, but I think that the discussion will be better. I would like to support you to look at the project project website. The outcomes are available there. The outcomes are also physically available at the table, at the registration desk. I see the director of the foundation, Krása Pomoci, which also was very active at times of COVID. Could you also tell us something briefly?
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking about what I should say because so many things were mentioned, so relevant, and the topics interconnect. So I will focus on the practical part, on what we did in the field, what experience we gathered from our partners, from other organizations. Looking back over those 2 years behind us, what we noticed was the changing approach of our clients, senior citizens. Our clients are over 80 years of age, often with a disability. They live in their homes. During the first wave, we noticed lots of panicking, concerns, fear. Over the first 2 months, we had 100 new clients, many interventions over the phone. Everyone asked us what they could do, whether they will die, and we needed to find a way through the situation. It was very demanding. We focused on distribution of face masks, then respirators, disinfectants, providing for food, collecting medicines from pharmacies in order to provide everything that was necessary for people despite their isolation. We enjoyed the support of our volunteers. Jitka is one of them. She will share her point of view with you. Lots of solidarity, we were grateful for that. Over time, the situation was changing. Not the practical things, but other things were more important, such as social isolation, anxiety, depression. How much longer it would take, whether we have a chance of seeing again our relatives, for how long shall we stay closed in our homes. At that time, we noticed a great demand for psychological assistance. We operated a psychological helpline. We implemented projects such as open air cinema. We had a helpline with comedians. We tried to encourage people. And at that time, we organized a round table a year in homes with the participation of our partner organizations from residential institutions as well as others. Points of view differed, as well as challenges discussed. As regards residential institutions, these had the staff that could make clients active, that could mediate some kind of communication with relatives, but they faced the risk of the very fast spreading of the disease, to consider whether visits should be allowed or not, or protect more the clients and staff. That was a big challenge. The staff were overwhelmed with working tasks. People were quarantined. On the other hand, they had some possibilities to work with clients. Organizations with active clients were in a different situation. The pandemic speeded up the transition to the online world. They continued their activities, which became faster, and they received some positive response as regards the transferability to practical life. They can continue via some hybrid projects. As regards our clients who continue living in their home environments, isolation was enormous, no visits were allowed, districts were closed. The volunteer, could they visit people, could the family visit their grandmother or grandfather, was that care necessary or not? So our clients were in a situation where not even the basic needs were provided for. We had to work with that. This should be considered. People should not be denied the right of their own choice, saying you are a risk group, wait in your home after everything's over. This brought a lot of frustration to people. We hoped that we would be better prepared next time, considering some ethical aspects as well concerning the responsibility in our hands. Thank you. If you don't mind, stay with us here. As regards the power balance, I would like to invite Mrs. Pokorná from Slovakia, from the Pensioners Union. Let's discuss now the specific steps. Something we should not deny ourselves. Participation. Do we know what changes should be preserved, what changes should stay with us? From your Slovak example, do you know that has changed in terms of setup, and what lessons should we take? I'm listening attentively, very much so. We will have to connect with you in order to be able to make our government more active, and so that they adapt themselves, because ageism exists, unfortunately, in Slovakia, and we feel it. We will try to do something with that. Thank you very much. Well, I can hear some optimistic note. As regards our panel, does it bring something that we should keep with us? We discussed a lot the influence on the quality of life, the influence of the environment, some building adjustments, working with the environment. Are there any other things that should be set up in a different way? We have strong arguments in favor of keeping such changes. If I may, what was discussed was the humanization of life in institutions, despite the ban on visits, container meetings. Everything was impossible before the president in an aquarium appeared. And I think we should think about the conditions in residential institutions if a long-time quarantine or isolation is ordered, such as the epidemic of influenza that could be expected. So aquariums or containers that can be connected, that are safe enough, so that people would not be forced to live only online. Director, do you have any remark to share with us? If not, we shall proceed to the next panelist. it's difficult. Well, thinking about aquariums, that's tricky. Well, a material or technical standards and the new law, the Building Act that is now being discussed. Well, what should I say after everything has been said by Dr. Kalvach? What he repeated in the recommendations. Well, what time showed to us? We have no alternative. We cannot seek excuses vis-à-vis our citizens, experts, specialists, international and European commitments. We shouldn't find reasons why it is not possible to connect health and social services. Time has come after 20 years to do so. We have several years to go, well, perhaps 1 or 2 only. First of all, something should be there, and afterwards, all that is connected to that will follow. What COVID times brought to us? The principle of participation again. It brought to us some material and technical standards. Not only building adaptations are considered, but also the form of daily regime in institutions. Even the worst institution can be set up in such a way that residents can feel there like being in an environment that works on a family basis. As regards objective criteria for a community institution of a family nature, it can contain so many elements that will hamper my feeling of being in a family. So let us not forget one more thing: the enormous willingness of staff to learn, to be educated, understanding that their work is not just providing care. I have very little experience of staff dealing with the proportionality of law, protecting health, protecting dignity. And I'm very pleased that not only in the area of social services, but also in other auxiliary professions and areas, this topic was discussed. And retrospectively, I realized that when dealing with complaints, thousands of them, as regards infringement of different rights, I realized that what we have as a good thing is that people start to realize that it is only normal to defend one's own rights. Let's be grateful for that, and let us not complain that there is more work for us, because we have hundreds of thousands such complaints. It's difficult to cope with that, but thanks God for that gift. If I may, on behalf of the project, I would like to add that in the first wave of the pandemic in South Moravian region, we started to publish the weekly styled encouragement for families to have video conference calls
with the elderly members. It was good, but what they should discuss, discussing the family policy, we need to take into account the whole width of generations. It's important to encourage the relations we rely on in the times of crisis. And this is a fundament that discussed with the Mental University in Brno that supplied different topics for discussions for all generations. That was a topic of different telephone calls. We have to realize one more thing in the context of our project. It was senior citizens who took out sewing machines from their wardrobes and taught younger people to sew face masks. Senior citizens are not a homogeneous group. It's so much important to benefit from their skills and experience also in times of crisis. Thank you very much. Perhaps there are some questions or comments concerning this topic. I can see one of them here. May I join you on the podium? My name is Judita Matešová. I'm a PhD student at Charles University. I'm a journalist, and for 20 years I've been dealing with senior citizens' stories and intergenerational relations. Several times today, the public image of senior citizens was mentioned, as well as its prerequisites and the ways of changing it. Prior to the pandemic, the topic of senior citizens and social services workers was not very much in the center of attention of journalists. And during the times of pandemic, senior citizens were very much discussed, very often in the context of rescuing them, helping them, assisting them. That was prevalent. I would like to say that you are working on very important projects, but we journalists often do not receive that information. I have colleagues in different media. I work for five media, and I participate in conferences and similar events. When colleagues ask me, where did you receive that tip? Where did you learn about that? It's thanks to personal contacts. However, most journalists don't have access to the information on what is being done in family policy and intergenerational activities. They would like to cover that topic, but the connections do not work. So perhaps you can send a press release to the Czech press agency, because different media take over that information. Czech press agency, CTK is the abbreviation. Please send the press release about your event or your project there. Many journalists follow the novelties, and then there can be an interview with you. I'm not saying that journalists are not seeking actively their topics, but you should be more active, more proactive. Please inform us more so that we could cover those topics more than we do. Thank you for that tip. You reversed the responsibility. If the image of senior citizens is bad, it's our responsibility. Thank you for that. Good afternoon, Jana Přejová. I'm from the town of Kroměříž.
I was so much excited by what I was listening to that I forgot what I was going to say. I would like to add that from today's perspective, a fascinating thing happened 2 years ago. I came to social services as a project manager. I was a person on the fringe. And the lesson from that period should contain preparation for similar times, should they come in the future. Yes, Mr. President, in the aquarium provoked many discussions, but it was, from our perspective, a discussion about the dignity of this approach. We were trying to discuss online connections. It can work through tablets, but not necessarily. We used smart TVs. Grandchildren could see their grandmother on the TV screen in the body size. But social services are not prepared for that. When time comes, we discuss technologies, so many fascinating things, but I would be very much in favor of turning the discussion to lower levels, towards the lower end, safety, security, securized networks and the databases. I'm not sure that it has been grasped well. Cybersecurity and IT literacy, because in a few years' time, people with fragile health will come to senior citizens institutions with a lot of IT literacy and skills, and it's not necessary to close them from this world. We also had nice events, so we organized an online concert. And in conclusion, I would like to say that I will consider our society as experienced when senior citizens, whether fragile or not, will not have to struggle for and fight for their rights. Thank you. It was a nice conclusion. Thank you for mentioning technologies. I was going to respond to one of the remarks, the myth that future generations will have more IT literacy. No. Because technologies change and our generation will only be able to work with the internet. MFT, do you know what it is? Who has a 10-year-old? We don't. Technologies are so fast, and if we don't learn over time, constantly, we will lag behind. Thank you for this remark. Your rights, the rights, it's necessary to fight for the rights. Did you wish to add something? Perhaps I was unable to express that well enough. The education as skills and lifelong learning, well, in a few years' time, I will enjoy some senior citizen discounts. Well, it's a fundamental thing, but my remark was rather focusing on social service and the operation and knowledge. There are some reserves. It's good news because there's enormous potential. Everything has been invented. Thank you very much. The continuing nature is very important. Maltese assistance. I have a relative in Sweden working in social services, caring for senior citizens. The environment was very much relaxed. Fewer people died there during the times of pandemic. She was following the Czech TV, and they were totally shocked by what was going here. Well, what you said, doctor, is truth. Thank you very much. So I will take the floor. I will speak on behalf of ADRA and accredited volunteers to explain the situation to you. Accredited volunteers cannot substitute the work of staff in institutions. In the times of COVID, we sent a lot of volunteers in households, but during the second wave, social services were weakened because their staff suffered from COVID and there were not enough carers for clients. The emergency situation was announced, and I would like to thank the ministry that we were enabled to come to senior citizens' homes and volunteers could help there. Should a similar situation repeat, lack of staff and lack of carers, we as volunteers cannot help. We voiced that requirement at the Ministry of Interior because they're in charge of the Volunteering Act. I'm not sure whether they deal with that, but I would wish very much that should the manager not have enough staff and should they need volunteers, perhaps that there could be someone else than the ministry deciding on that. For instance, the regional authority or the municipality or the manager of the institution himself or herself. So that was my idea and remark about the lessons being taken.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask you for your response. A question of volunteerism. This issue has two levels. The first thing is thanks a lot for all organizations for handling this. You came and were willing to help in the toughest conditions. Thanks a lot for that. The second thing, legislative anchoring. One thing is the act on volunteerism. How well can a volunteer work in individual systems, health service, social service? All of this is given by individual legislative standards. Yes, the Ministry of the Interior has solved this with us. One thing is at time of emergencies, we are able to issue what we have issued. That means the extraordinary measures. Volunteers can provide direct care, even though in healthcare, it was a bit different. I'm not saying that they couldn't, but it was a bit different. And in social services, we allowed that. And now, if we should allow this also outside of the emergency, nobody wants to be in an emergency status all the time. It is a discussion about social services. The discussion, honestly speaking, has to be very deep. To what extent, what intensity and extent of direct care volunteers can perform in social care, social services, and whether the act on volunteers is sufficient for this, or if we allow more volunteers to participate, then there may be some kind of prerequisite of some further education or some courses, trainings. Sometimes volunteers already studying, and they don't have much time to get more training. However, this discussion is coming soon in the following months, but I believe that on the 1st of July, when we are planning the amendment to the law on social service, we will know more. If I may, what I have already mentioned, the volunteer caregiver reserves. It upgrades the former nurses of Red Cross to a different level. In extraordinary conditions of pandemics, it was something that the British did during the door. It is a course training given by the Red Cross. It just needs to be upgraded so that even though it may seem ridiculous, then the standards for individual performances should be in line, then it could work. And the Red Cross has a methodology in place for this. And just a note about the information technologies. In the already mentioned work by Professor Welsh's team, the biggest problem in the user gap was why the clients and why the follow-up care workers don't use the great information technologies is that they are prepared as gadgets of the developers or business plans of the manufacturers, so that it is upgraded easily, that it sells well, and it doesn't take into consideration the actual needs of the caregivers around Europe and the interests of the clients and their options. So the biggest problem in Europe is what forum would be able to influence the manufacturers of information technologies to do what's necessary in this field and not what they think would be interesting or would be fun for somebody, even though it's not the case. So we are going back to the technological ageism and how ageism also impacts these spheres. I would like to thank the whole panel. We touched many topics again, that each of these topics would deserve a conference on its own. However, we have at least mentioned them. So thank you to all of you. I would like to announce a short break for the great coffee, and we'll meet back here at 3:15 back here.
Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, venčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Dobrovolníky ale můžou být i mladí lidé, kteří naopak pomáhají seniorům s různými volnočasovými aktivitami, při fyzicky náročnějších činnostech nebo jako společníci. Dobrovolnictví není nijak omezené věkem a kdokoliv chce, může pomoci. Násilí na seniorech může mít nespočet podob. Fyzické a psychické týrání, zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost. Tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit. Pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat vhodnou životosprávu a pravidelný pohyb a neměli bychom podceňovat pravidelné prohlídky a vyšetření, na které máme nárok. Důležitá je ale i sociální prevence, především finanční gramotnost a zajištění prostředků na stáří. Ale měli bychom si také včas odpovědět i na další otázky. Jak budu využívat svůj nově nabitý volný čas? S kým budu stáří prožívat a kdo se o mě bude případně starat? Na tuto problematiku reaguje také Ministerstvo práce a sociálních věcí projektem implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň. Jednou z klíčových aktivit projektu je upozornění veřejnosti na postupné stárnutí populace a podpora aktivního stárnutí. Starší osoby jsou na trhu práce jednou z nejvíce ohrožených skupin obyvatelstva. Příčin je hned několik. Nižší fyzická výkonnost, zastarávající kvalifikace a pomalejší přizpůsobivost na modernizaci pracovišť. Hlavním důvodem ale bývají předsudky zaměstnavatelů, mladší uchazeče považují za pilnější, výkonnější a ochotnější pracovat přesčas. Nic z toho ale není nutně pravda. Právě naopak, starší pracovníci mají spoustu výhod. Mimo dlouholetých zkušeností a znalostí bývají spolehlivější, zodpovědnější a více jim záleží na pověsti zaměstnavatele. K pozitivní změně firemní kultury by měly pomoci strategie tzv. Age managementu, který představuje individuální přístup ke všem zaměstnancům bez ohledu na věk. Tyto strategie se snaží uplatnit silné stránky jednotlivých generací a zároveň využít mezigenerační spolupráci a vytvořit vysoce efektivní smíšené pracovní týmy. Ve spolupráci s Ministerstvem práce a sociálních věcí vzniklo udílení cen Společnost přátelská zaměstnávání osob 55 a více. Cílem je ohodnotit společnosti, které již jdou příkladem a kladou důraz na zaměstnávání osob ve starším věku a tím motivují i ostatní zaměstnavatele. Druhotným cílem je zvýšení povědomí o této problematice a odstranění společenských předsudků spojených se zaměstnáváním starší generace. Zbavme se svých předsudků. Společně zvládneme víc. Stárnutí české společnosti sebou přináší spoustu výzev. Jednou z nich je budování k stáří přátelského a bezbariérového veřejného prostoru. Prostoru, který neomezuje pohyb seniorů, představuje lepší dostupnost služeb, podporu fyzických aktivit a pomáhá lépe zprostředkovat sociální kontakt a tím zvýšit celkovou kvalitu jejich života. Základem pro snadný pohyb seniorů je odstranění všech bariér nebo vybudování nástrojů pro jejich překonání. Typickými překážkami jsou vysoké schody, absence madel a zábradlí, ale i příliš hluboké nákupní vozíky. Naopak mezi řešení patří snížené obrubníky, nájezdové rampy, větší počet laviček ve městech a parcích, eskalátory a výtahy. Bezbariérový prostor neslouží jen seniorům, ale i osobám se smyslovým postižením, těhotným ženám a rodičům z kočárky. Další důležitou kapitolou je odstranění bariér ve sdělování informací, tedy například čitelnost informačních tabulí a webových stránek, přehlednost jízdních řádů anebo časové intervaly informačních obrazovek. Odstraněním bariér vzniká pro seniory přátelský prostor a snižuje se jejich závislost na ostatních osobách. S rozmachem online služeb a sociálních médií přibývá počet seniorů, pro které je internet součástí každodenního života. Současně roste i počet internetových podvodů, které jsou nejčastěji mířeny právě na méně zkušené uživatele, jako jsou seniori a děti. Internetové podvody mají mnoho forem. Velmi časté jsou klamavé reklamy a recenze na zázračné produkty, které nakonec vůbec nefungují nebo nikdy nedorazí. Všechny tyto nabídky se tváří velmi výhodně a bývají časově omezené, aby donutili zákazníky jednat rychle a bez rozmyslu. Oblíbeným trikem jsou také podvodná sdělení o údajné výhře, ať už finanční nebo hmotné. Pro její převzetí ale musíte většinou udělat prvotní nákup nebo zadat osobní údaje. Musíme si zkrátka uvědomit, že ani na internetu není nic zadarmo. Naše osobní údaje jsou často cennější než peníze. Dalším dnešním trendem je online seznamování. I zde je obezřetnost na prvním místě. Nikdy totiž nevíte, kdo je na druhé straně obrazovky. Nenechte se ale od internetu odradit. Pouze se snažte ho bezpečně využívat. Seniorská obálka. Projekt implementace politiky stárnutí na krajskou úroveň je reakcí Ministerstva práce a sociálních věcí na problematiku stárnutí české společnosti. Jedním z výstupů tohoto projektu je seniorská obálka. Jde o tiskopis, jehož pořízení vás nic nestojí, ale může vám pomoci v krizových situacích, kdy je ohrožen váš život a zdraví. Případů, kdy osamělého seniora postihnou náhlé zdravotní potíže a zasahuje záchranná služba, přibývá. I mladší lidé jsou často při zásahu rozrušeni a nedokážou odpovídat na otázky záchranářů, hasičů nebo policistů. Velkým ulehčením pro přivolanou pomoc je v této situaci dobře vyplněná seniorská obálka. Při vyplňování údajů postupujeme jako na semaforu. Důležitost kolonek se řídí jednotlivými barvami. Červeně vyznačené údaje je nezbytné vyplnit. Žluté kolonky jsou k vyplnění doporučené a ty zelené jsou nejméně závažné. Záleží ale jen na vás, jaké kolonky vyplníte. Nesmíte ale zapomenout údaje stále aktualizovat, a to ať už se změní váš zdravotní stav, kontakt blízké osoby, či změníte léky nebo praktického lékaře. Seniorská obálka musí být také stále umístěna na jednom ze dvou konkrétních míst ve vaší domácnosti. Dveře ledničky zvenku nebo vnitřní strana vstupních dveří. Jak se k vám seniorská obálka dostane? Můžete si zajít na váš obecní či městský úřad, kde vám pomohou seniorskou obálku zajistit. Pokud ještě vaše obec není zapojena přímo, můžete využít regionální formulář ICE karty za váš kraj. U ostatních obcí a měst na seniorské obálce naleznete i další důležité místní informace pro seniory. Česká společnost stárne. Řada rodin tak musí řešit otázku, jak pečovat o své rodiče a prarodiče. Dlouhodobá péče často obnáší pravidelnou hygienu, oblékání, pohyb po domácnosti nebo přípravu jídla a jeho konzumaci. Nejde ale jen o věci fyzického rázu. Je potřeba zajistit pravidelné platby, uzavírání různých smluv a péče o zdraví. Na konkrétní potřeby se můžeme rodičů zeptat přímo, ale zároveň bychom se měli sami přesvědčit, jaké činnosti už nezvládají. Ne každý má možnost věnovat rodičům každodenní péči. Nejlepší je využít pomoci ostatních členů rodiny a v péči se střídat. Můžeme také vyhledat pomoc u organizací poskytujících pečovatelské služby. Takzvaná terénní sociální služba zajistí péči přímo v domácnosti v předem domluvený čas. Domovy pro seniory a domy s pečovatelskou službou by měly být až poslední možností. Pravidelná péče o člena rodiny bývá finančně velmi náročná. Proto existuje celá řada příspěvků od státu. Příspěvek na péči a příspěvek na nákup zdravotních pomůcek, o které můžete žádat na Úřadu práce České republiky. Nebo dlouhodobé ošetřovné, o které žádejte na okresní správě sociálního zabezpečení nebo pražské správě sociálního zabezpečení. Všichni bychom si chtěli užívat stáří ve zdraví. Naše zdraví ovlivňuje řada faktorů, které můžeme jen těžko kontrolovat. Genetika, životní prostředí, zdravotní péče a socioekonomické zázemí. Tím největším činitelem je ale náš životní styl, který naštěstí ovlivnit můžeme. Vhodnou životosprávou a prevencí jsme schopni zabránit nebo alespoň výrazně oddálit naprostou většinu civilizačních chorob. Dodržovat pitný režim a vyváženou stravu, nezapomínat na denní dávku vitamínů v podobě porce ovoce a zeleniny. Vyhýbat se pravidelné konzumaci alkoholu a z většiny vynechat i potraviny a nápoje obsahující vysoké množství cukru. Alespoň půl hodiny denně bychom se měli věnovat nějaké fyzické aktivitě. I pouhá chůze je lepší než nic. Procvičovat je potřeba nejen naše tělo, ale i mysl. A to hlavně ve stáří. Pravidelné čtení, řešení křížovek nebo psaní úkolů s vnoučaty nám pomáhá rozvíjet logické myšlení a trénovat paměť. Musíme myslet i na odpočinek. Doporučené množství spánku se pohybuje v rozmezí 7 a 9 hodin. Důležité je také dodržovat všechny pravidelné preventivní prohlídky a využívat možností očkování, které bývá většinou zdarma. Většina z nás si zdraví představuje pouze jako fyzický stav těla. Zdraví ale označuje i náš duševní a sociální stav, jednoduše celkovou životní spokojenost. A na to bychom neměli zapomínat. Mezigenerační solidarita by se dala popsat jako vzájemné porozumění a podpora. Projevuje se jako pospolitost odlišných generací a ochota si vzájemně pomáhat. Mladá generace by měla oplácet stárnoucím rodičům a prarodičům péči, kterou věnovali oni jim. Dnes jsou vícegenerační domácnosti spíše výjimečné. To může být důvodem odcizení a úpadku solidarity mezi nejmladší a nejstarší generací. Lidé nejsou zkrátka zvyklí trávit tolik času mimo své vrstevníky. Rozdíly jsou dále prohloubeny vývojem společenských hodnot, kultury, ale i techniky, která je dnes nepostradatelnou součástí každodenního života. Následkem jsou mnohé předsudky na obou stranách pomyslné barikády. Věkovou solidaritu lze budovat mezigeneračním učením. To vidíme v rodinném kruhu nebo na pracovištích. Můžeme jej chápat jako výměnu dovedností, zkušeností a znalostí. Buduje společné hodnoty a smazává rozdíly věkových skupin. Dá se říct, že předsudky tu vždycky byly a nejspíš v nějaké míře vždy budou. Ale pokud se máme jako společnost posouvat kupředu, stačí, když se naučíme navzájem respektovat a chovat se k ostatním slušně a s úctou. Velká část seniorů se po odchodu do důchodu potýká s pocitem nepotřebnosti, ztrátou smyslu života a sociálního vyloučení. Jednou z možností seberealizace je v takovýchto případech dobrovolnictví. Jde sice o práci bez finančního ohodnocení, odměnou je ale pocit smysluplnosti, zvýšení sebevědomí a možnost využít své schopnosti i ve stáří. Mnohé dobrovolnické aktivity se formují skrze občanská sdružení, městské kluby, neziskové organizace či seniorská hnutí. Jsou zaměřené na pomoc lidem a rodinám v těžkých životních situacích. Například dobrovolnou činností, jako je hlídání dětí, se mohou propojit rodiny s dětmi bez prarodičů a seniori bez vlastních vnoučat. Zajímavou alternativou je také předčítání dětem v mateřských školách, dětských domovech a nemocnicích. Existují i různé dobrovolnické programy, které umožňují seniorům předat své dovednosti a zkušenosti dál mladší generaci. Všechny tyto aktivity utvrzují mezigenerační vztahy a jsou tak přínosem nejen pro zúčastněné, ale pro celou společnost. Dobrovolnictví může mít ale také podobu rodinné či sousedské výpomoci. Dobrovolníci pomohou s nákupem, venčením mazlíčků nebo třeba doprovodem k doktoru. Zanedbávání péče či sexuální a majetkové zneužití. Domácímu násilí nebo násilí v ústavní péči je velmi těžké předejít. Důležité je udržovat kontakty s vrstevníky a přáteli, vyhnout se sociální izolaci a závislosti na jediné osobě. Pokud už k násilí dojde, je potřeba ho zastavit hned v počátku. Agresor sám nepřestane. Násilí většinou naopak eskaluje. Pomoc můžeme hledat u rodiny a přátel, na linkách důvěry, v krizových centrech či u policie. Pokud jde o násilí ve formě přepadení, prevencí je opatrnost. Venku se vyhýbejte opuštěným a tmavým zákoutím. V domácnosti se zamykejte a nechte si namontovat bezpečnostní kukátko a řetízek. Do bytu vpouštějte jen lidi, které znáte a důvěřujete jim. Pokud čekáte nějakého řemeslníka, peníze si připravte předem a nikdy neukazujte, kde je máte schované. Pokud není návštěva domluvená nebo jde o podomní prodejce a jiné neočekávané osoby, do bytu je nepouštějte, ať už jsou jejich záminky a nabídky sebelákavější a důvěryhodné. Pokud jsme naopak svědky násilí nebo máme podezření, že k němu dochází, je naší povinností na něj upozornit a podat pomocnou ruku. Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života, působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost, tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli.
Dámy a pánové, ještě jednou hezké odpoledne. Vítejte u posledního bloku konference.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the last block of the conference. And now we're getting to the best part, sharing the best practice from the regions. The first part will be special. We will have a guest from Manchester here, so this part will be in English. If you need a translation, it is possible to get a headset at the registration desk. So if any of you need, you can get the headset. So I would like to introduce the rest of the panel. It is Anna Možná, the mayor of Skotnice, municipality close to Nový Jičín, Anna Bartíková, coordinator of a project from the South Bohemia region, and Mrs. Hanna Rabenhauptová from community planning of Prachatice, in South Bohemia region, and Mr. Kolba, the first deputy mayor of Přerov.
So now I will switch to English and I will introduce Paul McCary.
Nyní tedy bych překládala do angličtiny a chtěla bych nyní
Part of the Age-Friendly Cities initiative of World Health Organization from United Kingdom. And Manchester is part of this network from 2010, and it's great to have you, Paul, with us. So I give you the floor or the screen or mic or whatever we have here, and please lead us to what is, even for us in a scientific field, always example of good practice. We love Manchester, and so we love you to have you with us here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a real... can I just check that you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Look, it's a real honor to be able to present to colleagues in the Czech Republic in Prague today. It's a beautiful day in Manchester, and I hope it's a beautiful day where you are. And I hope soon that we'll be able to see each other in person. But I've got only a few minutes to tell you, really, I guess, about what we've learned over 20 years of working on the ageing agenda in an urban setting and more recently in a regional setting. I'm going to just take you through a few slides. I'll try and describe them as best I can for you. But what I really wanted to do was just to set out what I think the lessons are from my career and my experience of working in this field, but also working with cities across the UK and across Europe and across the world about the things that make a difference and the things that help us work on the ageing agenda effectively. And these are the things that I just wanted to cover. Ways of working, how we do our work, how we use data and analysis, what a framework for action looks like, how we tell the stories and the story of ageing in the places in which we live, and how we make it local and relevant to the people who live in our communities. And then just this question of leadership. What does leadership for this ageing agenda look like? What are its components? So that's what I want to cover, and I'm going to do it as quickly as I can. So in terms of ways of working, I just wanted to pick out 2 points, really. So I've been working in this area since the late 1990s. I wrote my first action plan for older people in 1997. And more recently, we've tried to articulate what this might mean in the kind of 21st century. And we think that you need to bring together policymakers, older people and their representatives, businesses, academics, and others that have an interest and a stake in the ageing society. And we need to find ways of integrating these different stakeholders behind one mission, one endeavour, which is to prepare for the opportunities and the challenges of an ageing population. And that's been very important. It's about the Greater Manchester Centre on Ageing is about bringing together all these different agencies behind this one mission. Now, this is a quote from Professor Chris Phillipson, who's a world-leading academic, who's one of our key advisors. And whilst this is about urbanisation, we also know the relationship between the city and rural and semi-rural areas. But it seems to me, and it seems to us, that population ageing and urbanisation, as we say here, have in their different ways become the key social trends of the 21st century. And I guess that's why you're all here, and that's why we're in a room or in rooms discussing these issues, because we have a passion and a commitment to making a fundamental change in how we think about our ageing populations. Now, data and analysis are absolutely critical to telling a story to citizens, politicians, and businesses. And this is the kind of data that we all use every day. So on the left, that tells a story of our ageing population in Greater Manchester, how it's going to grow significantly over the next generation. And on the right, you see a map of where people between 50 and state pension age are out of work and unemployed. And it's about combining this data and analysis into a compelling story for change. And I'm sure many of you are involved in this already. But on the other side of this argument and story, certainly in Greater Manchester, there's also a story of population ageing, creating wealth amongst different groups of older people and opportunities for business, innovation, and new goods and services. And it seems to me if we're going to be successful in our work, we have to talk to the economic issues as well as the social issues and the health issues. Now, in terms of a model of trying to organise our work and think about how we work, I want to just offer you something I'm sure many of you have seen before, which is the World Health Organization Age-Friendly Cities and Communities model. It's very simple, it's not perfect, but it's something which offers everybody, every organisation or individual or municipality, a role to play. And I like particularly this quote from one of our documents about this work not just being about the social elements of ageing and about how we're addressing the relationship between people, society and place. And just to add to that, and this is from nearly 10 years ago now, we've been trying to describe where our work is and what the concepts behind it are. And here in the right-hand column is this idea as older people as citizens. So our ambitions are to change the social structures and attitudes that create disadvantage, social isolation, and ageism in later life. It seems to me also that we need to tell this story around ageing to a wide range of partners. On the right here, you can see this is kind of part of our branding in Greater Manchester. This is the age profile of the 10 local authorities in Greater Manchester from naught to death, from left to right. It's also a homage to the famous Manchester, or actually Greater Manchester rock group from the late 1970s, Joy Division. And it tells us, it's kind of from their first album, Unknown Pleasures, it's a kind of homage to that. But it tells a story which is rooted in place, which demonstrates diversity and starts to cover these themes of ageing, which we need to take action on. So everybody has a role to play. Employment and skills, ageing in place, public health, innovation and growth, the housing and planning aspects, and how we talk about ageing, and more recently, work around digital inclusion and financial security. And we also need to find a way to make all of this stuff local and relevant to citizens and the places that they live. What you have here is a map of a local neighbourhood in South Manchester where we brought together older residents with housing organisations, the School of Architecture, the University of Manchester and other stakeholders to put together a plan that's got 150 actions in there for making a neighbourhood an age-friendly neighbourhood or making it more age-friendly. And that includes redesigning the pavements, putting benches in, making sure the transport works, finding new types of housing. And it seems to me that you have to do all these things, or most of these things, to have an impact. You can't just choose one or two things, you have to do as many of them as possible. This is the last thing I just wanted to talk about in the minute or so I have left. All the research that I've done through my academic work and through comparative programs across different cities is that leadership in its different ways is absolutely critical. Along with the story you tell, the leadership that you put together and you mobilise is critical. And here you've got some photographs of, for me, what leadership looks like. So the young man or the middle-aged man in the suit and tie is the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham. He's one of the best-known politicians here in the UK. And he can convene and coalesce and lead in a way that nobody else can. But you also then lead leadership at a community level. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see a community group who are campaigning to make their local neighbourhood more accessible. And at the top of the slide, you can see members of the Age-Friendly Manchester Older People's Board, who have been working since 2004, holding local organisations and agencies to account and getting out there and campaigning for this agenda. So for me, unless you have these elements, the leadership, the analysis, but also simplicity, compassion, and organisation, then we can't make the impact and the changes that we need to make now and over the next generation. So I hope these thoughts and observations are a useful one. I'll just finish by saying this. I love being involved in this work. It's probably, I think, the most interesting field amongst many that you can get involved in, because ageing has a universal application, a universal experience. So I look forward to questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, Paul, and we will applaud for that. That was great talk. And one of the important messages you are, of course, leading in Manchester is really the participation of older people themselves. And this is something I have a feeling kind of struggle here within our cultural settings. Are there any tips and tricks how to achieve that, how to really make these policies participatory?
Well, it's a great question. And I would say that unless you involve different groups of older residents in your programs, then you won't succeed. And I think the other thing to say is that every program that I've been involved in over the 20-odd years has been improved by the involvement of older people. And that could be from designing a leaflet, it could be designing the work where a local bus route goes, it could be curating a season of cultural activities. And I think there are a few tips. So the first thing is, this work, it takes time. You can't do it overnight. You have to commit to doing it for a number of years. I've been involved in boards that have taken 2 and 3 years to get really going, because people have to learn to trust each other. They need to learn to trust the local state or the municipality, and so on and so forth. And you also have to demonstrate to people involved in these programs that they can make a difference. So you have to be committed to that as well. And I think that you have to give training and support and be generous with the people that you involve. And that, again, you know, you can look at the work that's been done in Scandinavia, in Germany, here in the UK, in North America, and whichever of those projects and programs you look at, they all have those features.
Thank you. The members of the project we are now presenting here today were visiting you in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, right? And can you somehow reflect what were the changes since the time? Like, could you see even in evolving the agenda of age-friendly cities, like becoming now more prominent, or is it status quo, or it's even decreasing in prominency within the policymakers?
Yeah, so these are really great questions, you know, and we had a good time in 2018. I can tell you that from Manchester with your colleagues. So look, well, the obvious question, or part of the question which is obvious, is the pandemic has caused, in some ways, you know, this was a disease which killed older people. But in many ways, older people's voices, back to the previous question, were absent in the UK and elsewhere in describing the impact that being locked away for 2 years has had. My father, I don't think, has left his house in nearly 2 years, and he can hardly walk. Before the pandemic, he wasn't brilliant, but he was okay. So in some ways, I think the pandemic in a UK context has made our agenda more difficult because the focus is now on getting the economy going, around younger workers, although 500,000 older workers have left the workforce here in the UK over the pandemic. I think the other thing so I think we're in a transitional time, and we need to make the arguments very clear, because I think in some ways we've had setbacks here in the UK for our agenda.
I will ask if there are any questions in the audience, maybe, or any points of clarification. Of course, you can post your questions in Czech, and I will be happy to translate as much as I can. You can also think about these questions, because sorry, there's already one. I had one, but I will save it for later. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Manchester. At the time of our visit, I was one who was lucky to go to Manchester.
I was the one who were visiting the Manchester, so I was very happy to be there.
Similarly, then and now I don't have necessary linguistic skills, but when I left the airplane, from the beginning, I could take notes about the city that is aging-friendly at every step.
So yeah, since the moment I step out of the aircraft, I was able to make a note how the age-friendly city looks like and what are the features that, you know, help me to move around.
Just to give you an idea, as soon as we left the airplane, we saw the induction loop freely placed, raised pavements, traffic signs, direction signs at the eye level, serving both young children and senior citizens.
And the pavements were a little bit higher or were more accessible than we are used to here. And there were other things I didn't catch, sorry. But a lot of good stuff just entering the airport.
In the theater, the aid for climbing the staircase, lots of such features everywhere in the city.
Because we're connected to Manchester, so we could see these as good examples, even in theaters, like these little thingies that help you navigate the stairs.
What was most important from my point of view, a different approach taken in Manchester from the approach predominant in the Czech Republic. In Manchester, I could notice the equality among partners, that means senior citizens, civil servants, guides, and those accompanying us.
Really approaches how these differ in Manchester and in our settings, that all the stakeholders are treated equally, their voices are heard equally.
It seemed to me that here in the Czech Republic we still work with senior citizens in the sense of doing something beneficial for them, but not with them as equal partners. That was very much inspiring. Thank you for that experience.
That we still work for older people, not with older people, and this is the main message I got, and I'm very happy for this experience. So that's from Dana Žižkovská. Thank you. Would you like to comment? Are there any any other questions or notes? There's yes, one.
Hi, Paul. Greeting from Prague. Really nice to see you again. I was in Manchester as well, and one of the strongest moments was with meeting culture champions. So I would like to know if they are still working, and I would like you to share this project with us. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Culture Champions has been, and lovely to see you again. The Culture Champions program, in one form or another, has been running since about 2009, I think it is. And the idea is a very simple one, which is that as we get older, you know, the things that we enjoy in life, those are kind of cultural and creative activities, can very often become more difficult to be engaged in because we may live on our own. It may be more difficult to get to places. The cultural institutions may not cater for us. So we came up with the idea, well, I'm not sure who came up with it, but it was probably the older people themselves came up with this idea of creating a kind of social movement of older people who worked with cultural institutions to improve access to and the programming of cultural activities. And I think the most recent part of the programme, in Greater Manchester, there were 5 different municipalities running this work. And I think if you Google Culture Champions Manchester, you can find out about it. But, you know, it's one of those things that if you sit in a room with policymakers or funders and commissioners of services and you say, you know, we want to do some work around creativity and ageing, it's not always top of people's agenda, but if you speak to older people about what would improve their lives and the things that they'd like to do, I'd like to go to the cinema, I'd like to meet with my friends, I'd like to listen to some Janacek, you know, these are all the amazing things that people want to continue to do in later life, but are very often unable to do. I should say on our cultural programme, we launched a new national agency called the Creative Ageing Development Agency. And you can look at their website, that's based in Manchester. And we're just about to launch a new programme around culture and ageing very soon. So in many ways, it's the thing I'm most proud of, actually, because it creates the most, I think, pleasure for people, particularly those on low incomes, who haven't been able to access many of these wonderful things that we have in our lives.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the inspiration you've been already to our project, and also from today's talk we can take. And thank you so much for your time. We will now continue in English, so you can have your translation online. Já se vracím zpátky do češtiny. Ještě jednou moc se děkuju.
Back to Czech. I would like to thank Paul very much for sharing his contribution with us. Well, Even neighbors have greener grass. We still have things to be proud of. But I would like to remain in the online mode. I would like to say hello to Mrs. Možná from the municipality of Skotnice in Moravia. Could you please tell us some of the activities taking place in your municipality? The screen is all yours. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the conference, I've been introduced for 24 years. I've been serving as mayor of Skotnice. We have a 9-member municipal assembly. Many NGOs and associations exist in our municipality. Also, local businesses support their activities, and we are proud of a very good relationship between our citizens and the municipality. We still have many things to learn despite our long experience. Today's conference is very inspiring for me as regards the activities in our municipality, as regards intergenerational solidarity and the care for senior citizens. I would like to split that into 4 parts. The first area is the building and extending family infrastructures and barrier-free infrastructures. The municipality has lots of property. We have many places, public places that are accessible for families with children, but also to senior citizens. We have a playground for senior citizens. We have 2 halls where people can meet and organize intergenerational events, including open-air spaces. We organize intergenerational programs for senior citizens, free time activities, and first and foremost, educational training and awareness raising, as well as physical exercise activities contributing to a healthy lifestyle in the older age. Then there is direct financial support for non-for-profit organizations and associations. We support their activities that are beneficial for Skotnice senior citizens. We also provide direct support in the form of direct loans and credits if they face financial difficulties. All senior citizens have free access to all municipal events and to cultural establishments. The municipality also contributes to all social service providers that extend field services to citizens. Last year, for instance, we equipped a new general practitioner's surgery in the nearby town of Příbor, that is in the catchment area. For our citizens, we contributed to paying the rent of the surgery. We contributed to cover the equipment of the surgery, and we also admired local businesses that provided some financial contributions for this particular surgery. What I consider as equally important is motivation, coordination, and the umbrella role for all players in family policies. There are local players. These are senior citizens themselves. We take into account their ideas, their needs. We are there. Local public administration, senior citizens are involved in the life of local associations, the Mothers Club, the Children's Club. We have a kindergarten, the local library. We cooperate with the providers of social services, with other authorities including those from the nearby town of Kopřivnice. And we also cooperate with healthcare professionals. If I may mention what we had good experience with, well, educational activities, we started by organizing different training courses in terms of IT security, Facebook training, etc. In Skotnice, we are returning to multi-generational housing. We started a series of courses and meetings dealing with the building of intergenerational relations. We invite sympathetic lecturers. Families share their experience and enrich each other. Another example that is worth mentioning is the fact that we enable university and college students to write their diploma theses focusing on topics dealing with senior citizens and intergenerational life. A medical student within her diploma thesis led personal interviews and conducted a survey to map the most frequent diseases of senior citizens, the most frequent diseases of the movement system, apart from standard rehabilitation and physiotherapy elements. She suggested a special feature in order to strengthen the stability of walking after strokes. So the sports ground for senior citizens was designed. We obtained a financial grant from the Hyundai Endowment Fund, and that was implemented. And this brings me to the methods of collecting money for such projects. Well, first of all, in our municipal budget, we allocate money to all age categories and in particular to senior citizens. As regards the infrastructures, we are allocated means from the regional budget, from the rural development operational program, from the ministry's program. We have soft projects and programs, free time activities, educational activities. We receive funds from foundations and endowment funds. These funds are not only given to the municipality, but to NGOs and non-for-profit organizations. The municipality supplying its part. We also receive grants from local businesses and self-employed persons, and we have volunteers. This is an important part of our work. Well, what is the size of your municipality? We have 875 citizens, residents. The annual budget is roughly 13 million. Through subsidies, the adjusted budget is about 14 million, and 8% of the budget of the municipality is allocated to family-friendly activities and the support of intergenerational life. I have no words to express my admiration. I would like to ask about the role of the project, the ministerial project implementation of the aging policy at the regional level. Could you cooperate with the coordinators? I myself participated in the roundtable held in our region. I consider the project as inspiring. I appreciate many activities, including methodology, leaflets, video clips, round tables, the envelope for senior citizens. In the Moravian Silesian region, we have an association for the renewal of the rural environment. Associations meet together. About 100 members participate there, sharing examples of good practice. The Moravian Silesian region focuses on family policies recently. Since 2011, I've been a member of the working group of the Association for the Nationwide Association for Renewing the Rural Environment. We worked on a family concept. The name was rather unlucky. The family renewal concept. With my colleagues, I elaborated a manual compiling the methods of setting up strategies for programs, and I remarked that there are so many possibilities that it is impossible to do everything at once. It's necessary to proceed on a step-by-step basis. We should not be disappointed that we are not successful immediately. It's a long track run. Some people started earlier, so they achieved some success, and we can take lessons from them. We can share experience. We can find new sources of inspiration. The program that I followed over the past 5 years, I must say I very much liked it. Small municipalities draw lots of inspiration from that. Thank you very much. We are pleased that the project could contribute to spreading the experience. And now we can shift to a bigger city, the city of Přerov. The first deputy of mayor, Mr. Petr Kouba. Please tell us something about the examples from your city.
Good afternoon. My name is Petr Kouba. I'm the first deputy mayor of Přerov. Přerov is in central Moravia, 45,000 of people. I'm a teacher. I'm in charge of education in the municipal assembly. Well, the social area entails lots of responsibility. We have a specific social layer. The word benefit is a very dangerous word in Přerov for local citizens. Well, what is more joyful is the fact that the generation I've been in charge of is no longer students but senior citizens. So I feel like one of them, and I'm trying to be as active as possible. I hope I'm rather successful. My mom is a pensioner, but that is not enough to cover different opinions. I asked other elderly people what they thought. I conducted a survey. We had 500 respondents, and I think this is a rather significant number. We spent about 30 minutes with each person on the average. There were open-ended questions that encouraged me and provided me lots of insight and motivation for further work. So I highly recommend to conduct such surveys to receive feedback from specific people concerned. Thanks to that feedback, with the head of the department and another person. We worked on a concept. We used to have an action plan. Now we have a concept for the period ending 2024 that was approved. That is a good weapon. If you have a concept that is approved, there is a package of money. Well, in Skotnice, it's 8%. Congratulations, Mayor. We have less, but still, it's difficult to refuse such mandatory expenditure if you have a concept that is approved. Within that concept, that contains different chapters: healthy aging. That is not about reinventing the wheel. Pensioners clubs. Přerov has 11 chartered districts, and each of them there is a pensioners club. Olomouc has 28 chartered districts. They wish to have a common hub. We don't have that yet, so I'm lagging behind. So let's wait what will happen after September. The activities of intergenerational cohabitation. Ageism, as regards spatial exclusion, should not prevail. We are trying to connect the younger and the older generation. We can see senior citizens spending time with their grandchildren, different quizzes. Despite COVID, we had the Christmas town. Senior citizens created some decorations with the help of school children. Unfortunately, they were not able to meet mutually, but the result was rather commendable. They could not decorate the Christmas tree together, and other activities such as reading with your grandmother or grandfather, other activities, traveling, common weekend stays, grandparents and grandchildren can take a 2-day trip. For instance, a grandfather and his grandson in the Jeseníky Mountains, they have priority if they wish to participate in that trip. So we do rather lots of things. We are lucky that we have many active non-for-profit organizations helping us in social services, not only in registered services. And at this point, I would like to say that the city of Přerov is an exception, even in the Olomouc region, because we have our own social services. We are a state budget subsidized organization. This is an example of good practice for some people. Mr. Verbitsky in the beginning was referring to that. That could be a good example for the future. We have senior citizens' homes with a care service. We subsidize that. We contribute 24 million. I would prefer that the expenditure burden be shifted to the region. We can serve as a good example, and sometimes it's said, let's look at Přerov. They invest such enormous funds from their own resources. We would like to build other capacities, including a residential area building designated for senior citizens. So we have a private project, the Alzheimer's Center for 111 clients. This was mentioned today as well. This group deserves support. There will be more and more clients
in need of such assistance. I was listening to you in the online mode. Well, I was rather envious. They're rather busy, they require a second vehicle, and with the increase of clients, we will purchase one more. Last but not least, the protection of safety and security. When I joined the authority, we didn't have the senior citizens button. Life 90, we linked ourselves to another organization. This is a button ensuring emergency services for senior citizens. The citizens using a bracelet on their hand, and of course the senior citizens envelope. We have such a nice format you don't have. This is something you put on your fridge, on the door from the back, or on the fridge, and it does work, and people do use it on a wide basis. Thank you very much for the cooperation with the regions. This was one of the first projects we worked on. It was invented in South Moravia. However, it was in our region that it became well spread. We distributed over 2,000 cards of this type over a short period of time. And we have smaller cards that are used in people's purses. Awareness raising is commonplace, and spreading IT literacy. We have a special application providing information on the events taking place with the secretary in our authority. We decided to recruit a coordinator. It's a lady who informs senior citizens coming to the authority. We said, well, we have lots of things. Perhaps we should compare ourselves to other towns and municipalities. We participated in the competition, a family-friendly municipality, and we won. So the city of Přerov, in the big category, in the regional city competition, we were so successful. We received 1,600,000 crowns, and I'm very happy for that because we were so well appreciated. However, sustainability is a necessary feature. Please don't stone me. I must complete these lessons this year. I must say, people do come to us again. It's important that they return. We had Senior Citizens Day, 500 participants, some wearing face masks, some not, but they do return, and I'm so pleased by that. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Ale už jsem tady zaregistroval takové, jako že my za 20, vy za 10, takže já předávám hnedka slovo paní Haně Rebenhauptové, říkám to dobře? Já jsem byla Ehrenbergerová za Svobodná, nic lepšího, ale prosím, představte vaše aktivity.
Tak nejdříve chtěla poprosit o prezentaci. Děkuji.
I have prepared for you a presentation on the topic of this conference. I was wondering what you would expect from me today. I'm supposed to talk about the elderly in the regions. Yes, it is my topic. I have prepared for you a presentation. Our first activities on this project were definitely conferences, connected with the Year of the Family in our South Bohemia region, and in the year 2011, we had specific presentations about how to approach the elderly in a positive way, and then virtual networks, great tips for grandparents, parents, and children, presented by a specialist in this area. And then we used the big envelopes, as you know them. Then we also started using the small envelopes. We presented them many times in the past. Alena Bartíková is a coordinator for South Bohemia region. You probably know about this. We use this small senior envelope in COVID centers where we distributed it. People had to wait their usually 20 minutes after their vaccinations. So they took these leaflets from us when they were waiting. I am so glad that we are out of COVID now. We can shake hands, we can talk to each other directly. It is so pleasant. Let's enjoy this here today. So much better than being online. We have also joined a campaign focused on employing people 55 plus. We cooperate with a company that employs these persons over 55. Another connection with this project is the following. We have had an opportunity many times to publish our articles. It is a great opportunity for the towns. This was not about money. We didn't get any money, didn't make any money on this project, but it was a great opportunity for us because on the nationwide level, we can compare the results in individual towns and municipalities. We were able to share our know-how and in the best practice collection books, we were able to share our pictures. My favorite photo is with Bára Hrzánová, an actress. You probably cannot see this, but the gentleman pulled out the tulip from the garden. He gave it to the actress, and then in 1 week after that, this gentleman died. So we were so happy that we were there, and it's just one of many examples. We also joined another project. Children draw pictures for the elderly. You probably have heard of similar projects. This is Mrs. Judith, with whom we have met. That was another great opportunity. It was an international conference about 2 weeks ago at the Senate. We could show intergenerational activities there. We got a few awards, and I like to boast about these. I know that the gentleman from Manchester said that they also involve the elderly, as we also try to involve the elderly. Those people are usually very wise, even though they're not politicians. They don't have political background. They help us a lot, and I think also thanks to them we have received many of these awards. Community planning is also important. We have approximately 22% of seniors, of the elderly or seniors over 65 years of age. I know in the morning we said we should not mention any numbers. However, these senior citizens have various discounts, so they can use. These are logos painted by those who cooperate with us. They didn't get any money for it, maybe just a free coffee. Planning is important. I have mentioned that before. If we're required to prepare a plan for senior activities, we try to be proactive. I have written down names of our partners who work in the region. You can read it later. It is always good to get inspired by the best practice. You don't have to invent things from scratch. There are beautiful technologies around the world, and it's only about transferring the technology to our environment and using them. We also issue senior press, which is a printed form of information for the elderly. We also cooperate with actors, with school children. This is also for those with impaired vision. It is also important to say that, for example, in the town in Prachatice, we prepared an information game for school children. They went to various institutions and they had to fulfill various tasks. There are towns that win every year, but I think it's more about their own politics. We try to make sure that every town can succeed in this competition. The towns always try to support the board for the elderly. We also organize various trade fairs. So we present at international level, at regional regional activities. At the time of COVID, we made a beautiful documentary with Mr. Špaček, who teaches etiquette, how to behave, how to treat not only the disabled but also the elderly. We also prepared a manual. 54 volunteers participated, the elderly, children, sportsmen, dogs, cats, snakes. I just want to come back at the end to the fact that no plan can capture anything that may come, that may be extraordinary. That was COVID as an example. We have already handled that. Definitely, it's also the war in Ukraine now. I also work as a community worker. You have one at your authority to I can prepare the individual plans concerning COVID as an example. We try to focus on various services for our people. Of course, we have about a few hundred Ukrainians in our town now too. So we have to also keep the quotes given to us. We didn't have to buy anything. We got 90 beds from local people. I see great wave of solidarity here with the Ukrainian refugees. I am very happy about this. Now we also issue a town council newsletter.
Tady já vždycky říkám ty mezigenerační pracovní příležitosti, ta angličtina, ta francouzština, jo, ta němčina.
Also intergenerational opportunities are important. We can teach the elderly foreign languages.
Takhle máváme, jen jestli to je slyšet do toho online.
Spojité. A teď si krásně ukážete motýla. A kdybyste viděli tak, jak se paní nádherně usmívá, tak se i ty Ukrajinci, a nemuseli jsme ani mluvit rusky, ani ukrajinsky, ani nijak.
The cooperation with the Ukrainians is very good, even though we may not understand each other. Many of us don't speak Russian. We can communicate only by gestures, so they understand each other. They are very friendly. You can see it here. These are pictures from a children's home in Ukraine. They have orphans there, and we delivered them some things from our warehouse. And also at Kratochvíla Castle, we would like to prepare a nice rooms for them. Some of the refugees spent 2 weeks at the main train station in Prague, so now we try to provide better living conditions for them. There are all kinds of professions, occupations among the refugees, from opera singers to regular workers. This is an example of a married couple from Ukraine. The husband is disabled. They receive social services from the town of Prachatice. This lady is already retired. She used to work as a seamstress, but she worked in a factory. Then she retired. They have 3 children. And her son in 2014 went to war. And until now, he's missing. They don't know where he is. And her daughter is in Ukraine with her family, not far from Mukachev. And her younger daughter with her daughter is in the Czech Republic in Letohrad. The husband's name is Zhenya. was in military service in 1978. It is hard for him to speak. He cannot speak properly. He worked in Kiev for 25 years in a saloon for a wedding saloon. Then he also worked as a painter. He liked to take pictures, photographs. We spent a lot of time with the children traveling. His uncle was a national artist in Ukraine, Anatoly Ponomarenko. He got many awards and he had many exhibitions in Ukraine and abroad. And Zhenya followed him in his footsteps. I really like soil. I like working in the garden. So how did you end up in Prachatice? When the war started in Ukraine, our town was occupied. There was fighting there, and so they evacuated us and took us away. Now we are here. First, we took a train from Uzhhorod. Then we got on a bus and they took us to Slovakia. And from Slovakia they took us here. For evacuation we had only 3 minutes. We could take only our lives with us, nothing else. Everything that we saved for years, our photos, our property, our house, everything that we had remained there. We don't know whether it's still there or not. How was the contact with the people in the town of Prachatice? The first meeting and the welcoming was great. We were accepted as if we were local, not as refugees. I am very thankful for that. In Prachatice there are very good people. Is there anything besides material things that you would expect from the town and from the people? We have already gotten everything that was possible. Everything was solved on an operative way. We didn't have in our plan to go anywhere else, but it happened. If it was possible, we would stay here. On the 29th of April, it will be 50 years since since our wedding. You are my guardian angel. Thank you.
Tak, já vám děkuji za pozornost. Doufám, že tahle jedna část
thank you for your attention. We have more videos about a family with children and also a story of a pediatrician. I just wanted to show you this story first. I hope this is an example of how we do things. Of course, we don't do everything well. We also have opponents, but we do our best, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity for being here at this St. Ely Church. My daughter had a wedding here about 10 years ago in the courtyard. Then we also had the baptism of in our family. COVID took away my husband, but he also gave me a lot of new friends. So I would like to thank Alenka, and I hope that we'll meet more in the future on the professional level and also on a personal level. Thank you. Thank you very much for this video. It made me cry. This is something nobody wants to experience, having to pack everything in 3 minutes. We always look forward to living our lives in the context of our homes, and it's not always possible. And sometimes it is important to be prepared for such extraordinary situations, though. Hopefully we won't need it, but it is necessary to be prepared. I would like to give you some room for sharing our ideas, but first I would like to pose a question. How did you work as a coordinator with these local politicians? How was the cooperation? From the point of view of the coordinator, what kind of experience was this? I have to say that at the beginning, the cooperation was difficult in the service and organization networking, but then I met people like Hanka here, and in the town of Prachatice, if you will definitely find many activities for the elderly. We were in an institute for dignified aging at a conference, and one gentleman introduced a bicycle there, if you remember, like a rickshaw. And I told my colleague, I bet that the town of Prachatice will have the same thing in 2 weeks. And yes, we are already getting the money for it now. So we will get it too, because we really do our best. We try to find the inspiration in other towns. The town of Prachatice does everything with love and from their heart. Oldřich Čepenka, Cycling Without Age, that was probably him. He's 74, he's very active. He's very active both in academic sphere and the practical sphere. Yes, it was him. I have written down what my colleague said about the induction loop at the airport. Come to us. We have many things like that. We have a ramp also at theaters in all cultural houses. Whatever you need to see, we have in our town. You know that we have been working on the budgets before the elections now. For example, now we have a project for the higher level benches. And the benches usually look like this, and they're in an angle. You sit on them, and they are not able to get up as a result. So our project is now for higher benches, because in the past people were shorter, and now we need higher benches. As you may have noticed this in many towns. However, if you're 70, 80 and you sit down, it is very hard to get up from the benches. Very often you cannot lean back because there's no backrest there. So we need these higher benches there. Yeah, we also have benches like this. Are there any questions? Is there something you would like to have too, what we have in our town of Prachatice, or yes? We have heard great examples of best practice here from all three panelists, and also a description of good cooperation with the coordinators. I would like to ask you in what specifically the cooperation with the coordinators will be what will be missing about it when it's over, when it I thank you for your question. I would like to thank our coordinator in the region. It was Vašek Local in our region. Unfortunately, he cannot be here.
Mně bude chybět v tom smyslu, že v tom metodickém vedení přece jenom já jsem můžu hrát na velkého politika, ale prostě byl jsem naopak rád, že dokázal sezvat ty lidi, dokázal připravit ten program a já jsem tam měl na zkušenou.
My colleague was able to invite all the people, even though he was not a politician. He prepared everything for me, and then I was able to implement it. Usually, these meetings were in the town of Olomouc, in Přerov. Also, the minister came to us to a roundtable meeting. So I was thankful for the organization for sharing the experience nationwide. So I really enjoyed the working on this project. It helped me in my at my work.
Jestli byste chtěla taky, paní magistro, přidat svůj pohled na spolupráci s projektem. Vy jste už o tom se zmiňovala, v čem vám to vlastně teď bude chybět ve Skotnicích?
So I would like to ask the mayor of Skotnice. I think that was a very beneficial project for all of us, and I'm sure that we will meet again.
Určitě lidsky nám bude chybět, ale myslím si, že se taky sejdeme v nějakém
I'm sure that we will be missing this project, but I'm sure we will meet in the future again.
Napište to, nebo tady máte prostor a vlastně pro města je to obrovská
for the towns it is great to do free advertising. When I have said that Alena Bartíková from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs came, a coordinator, that was great. It was more politicians than came, and they were excited. It is not directly the minister who sometimes joins us online, but not physically too. In the South Bohemia region, we put together a concept for the seniors and for the families. It was the first concept of the type. For this concept, we also have gathered materials from the municipalities like Prachatice. And at that time, we also were in Manchester, so we put together the concept together with the seniors. We had a working team, about 20 people were involved. We did an analysis to identify the needs of the elderly. And based on that, we put together the concept in South Bohemia region. We also have our own concept in South Moravia region. We were able to interconnect the family and senior politics. It is the concept of family politics for all generations, and we try not to look separately at the lives of families separately from the elderly, but we try to interconnect the individual phases of life because our project is called Aging, and it is a process. I think Paul can hear what we're saying, so maybe if he has any feedback to what has been said here, about the examples that we have mentioned when you've heard about our efforts concerning the strategies that we use. Maybe if you want to add anything or if you have any recommendations.
sorry, I couldn't, my English translation isn't, I can't get access to it. Could you ask me in English? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. But did you hear what we were discussing during the day? Well, you were not able. Sorry, the question was related if you would have any suggestions related to what was already said. So I'm sorry that we really excluded you from the debates. Sincere apologies for that. But if you would now have any remarks, you thought in the between that you would like to add at this time, as we are going to the closing time of the conference, you are most welcome to do so now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And although I couldn't understand the dialogue, I certainly got a lot from the film and the slides and the energy and passion from your colleagues. I think that there's just one thing I wanted to say really, is that my experience and many others is that working together across borders from different municipalities and countries and places really makes our work better. It makes it more effective. It makes it have more impact, and frankly, it makes it more enjoyable as well. So, if I've got one thing to say to colleagues in the room today, it's let's maintain these connections. Let's meet each other again. We have a Eurocities urban ageing task group, which I know colleagues from the Czech Republic have been involved in the past, whether it's through the World Health Organization Age Friendly Cities program or through our research networks. And I have to say, we have a group of 20 Norwegian municipalities coming to the UK in September, and there's always an invitation to colleagues from the Czech Republic to visit us in Manchester and to talk to us and explain the progress that you're making, because this is always a two-way process as well. I think we're on the kind of nursery slopes of this work in many ways. But it's been, I think that's the main message. Let's work together, and frankly, in these times of Brexit and all the other terrible things that are going on, we need solidarity between our programs and initiatives.
Thank you so much for these kind words and also for the open invitation to continue the collaboration. Yes, we are in Brno and also at the Masaryk University involved in the discussions, so I will also be very happy to be the contact person for anybody else continuing to talk to these talks. Thank you very much, Paul. Sorry, I switch back to Czech now.
Once again, a lot has been said about advertising, so I will show you one more time this collection of good practice, summarizing different projects, as well as other things. It's an open book, because projects can still be implemented in new contexts, can be renewed, and new projects may come. Let's continue sharing, let's continue recommending, whether we keep the current project structure or during informal meetings and informal contexts. But I believe the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs will make use of the rich array of experience gathered. Are there any other questions or comments? I'm asking the audience and online participants. We can verify what tips or tricks were suggested in the online environment. Of course, the Facebook platform may continue to receive your recommendations, and speaking about that, I would like to remind some technical things in the Czech Republic. It's also the way it works here, but I would like to check that. Very often, changes are promoted by individuals. Yourself, you had a structure you could rely on. So my question is, how would you suggest to set up the structures at the regional level? Can we rely on the functioning of processes thanks to the aging of the population? Or must there be just one person who is really willing to go for the project? Of course, the structure does exist. Well, it's not only my credit, but when I joined the authority, I interconnected the organizations. In Přerov, we faced the problem of having too many non-for-profit organizations not cooperating. We have 500 senior citizens in one organization, 200 in another. Well, the willingness to cooperate was missing. So you need one individual to put the pieces together. My task was to apply the spider-like structure using the top-down approach, but without proceeding from the bottom, going upwards. Of course, that would not be successful. I hope I was successful. So I need the one person who takes the flag and is the leader. I'm representing the politicians, but we politicians make effort, really make effort to make things happen. So it's meaningful, the top-down approach, but without the grassroots effort, that would be for nothing. Well, we have our aging parents, grandparents, but once again, we should be more ready, prepared for the situation when those people will need more help. Thank you very much for sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, should there be no further tricky questions to open now, I would like to thank deep from my heart not only the panelists here, your contributions were all exciting, so please applaud the panelists from panel 4. But of course, a big thank you to the organizers, because such a smooth conference is exceptional, unprecedented. Thank you for the excellent composition of panels. Thank you for motivated speakers. Thank you for caring for us. So I would like to applaud you. I would like to thank the interpreters. I did that once in my life. It's an enormous task. Chapeau. Thank you for sharing the international context, and I would like to thank the project, the implementation of the aging policy at the regional level, promoted by the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. Apart from the collection of good practice, the ICE card, the senior citizens envelope, the pension reform, and the evidence-based approach and policy. All those outputs remain in the online environment. Let's hope no page will be lost. The possibility for people to meet and to exchange experience, to inspire each other, to assemble firefighters, social workers, officials at the same table. This enriches us enormously. So I would like to wish you a happy aging. Aging is an opportunity. Let's grasp it. I would like to wish you a very nice afternoon and perhaps see you again.
Česká populace stárne. Důvodů je mnoho. Sociální rozvoj, lepší životní a pracovní podmínky i pokroky v medicíně. Tyto demografické změny ovlivňují všechny oblasti života. Působí na mezigenerační vztahy a celou společnost. Tedy na nás všechny. Ať už jsme v dětském věku a učíme se vnímat svět kolem sebe, dospíváme a snažíme se najít svoji roli ve společnosti, či už pracujeme, zakládáme rodinu a přebíráme spoustu zodpovědnosti a nakonec i ve stáří, když už můžeme trochu zpomalit, pokud si ale chceme ve stáří užívat života, musíme se na to připravit dříve než na jeho sklonku. Příprava začíná už v dětství, kdy se učíme se staršími komunikovat a vážit si jich. Měli bychom také dbát o své zdraví, dodržovat